Hi there, good evening and welcome to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where tonight we are having a celebration of women's darts. It's the second Women's Week we've held here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's finals night with 6 players battling it out to join Rhiannon O'Sullivan on the Roll of Honour. And to mark the occasion, we've got darting royalty in the studio, 10-time champion of the world, the Queen of Darts, Trina Gulliver, and our very own court jester as well in Matthew Edgar. Welcome both. Trina, we'll start with you because you were playing this week. Just sum up how you think it went over the course of the week.
I started off pretty well, but as I nearly made Group B, just missed out by a fraction. But Thursday and Friday was a completely different story for me. Thursday was a bit of a disaster, and Friday it proved too much for me to do anything about it, and only managed the 2 games. But
you did show that you still got it. You never lose it, do you? Some big checkouts in there. That must have been rewarding.
Yeah, the 160 was nice, and I was quite shocked it went in myself, to be fair, the way I'd been playing. I was so inconsistent. So yeah, that was a nice surprise.
Has the week in general, Matt, shown that this women's game is kind of wide open at the moment?
It is, and we've got to be frank with it. We are missing the 2 big names in women's darts right now this week, Fallon Sherrick and Beau Greaves off at Q School. And when they're missing from the lineup, what this has shown is we've still got quality. We've had Lisa Ashton here this week, been unable to get through the week. Gemma Hayter's been the star of the show, and the depth in the ladies' game. Gemma Hayter alluded to it herself. She says you can change these 12 players for another 12 players, and you're still going to have the same sort of quality. And that's just a testament to the pathways that are now growing.
Certainly is. Well, we started with 12 players this week. They've been cut in half. 6 have made it through to tonight's finals. Here is who is going to be on that stage. Gemma Hayter has had success on the Super Series stage before. The WADC champion is hoping to make home advantage count by prevailing in Portsmouth. Viinikainen has travelled from further afield to return to Women's Week, but it has been another worthwhile pursuit. The Flying Finn is through to a 2nd successive finals night. Laura Turner certainly showed how to finish herself this week. Some clinical checkout sees her at finals night throwing darts for the first time. Will she get her mic drop moment? Lorraine Winstanley has made it through to Saturday's showpiece for the first time. The former World Master and World Championship finalist is looking to put the win in Winstanley once again. Steph Clarke has enjoyed an almighty turnaround this week. No wins at all on Monday left her wondering if she should be here, but she proved her worth in a dominant Group C campaign. And Super Swede Vicky Pruim is through to finals night for the 2nd time. Will she be the winning woman this evening? Yeah, they're the players in action this evening. We're going to talk about how they got there now. So Group A got underway on Monday, and Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton really kind of ran away with that group. You could see there Trina finished 4th in the end. You mentioned it before, Trina, you were pretty close to getting into that Group B, but did you all pretty quickly get the feeling that you were all battling it out for 3rd place?
Yeah, indeed, and it was tight, and a bit disappointed not to make the B group, but it is what it is, and went into Group C.
This battle between Gemma Hayter and Lisa Ashton was won by Gemma Hayter in the end, and we'll talk more about why Lisa's not here. She was unwell. We'll speak about that in a Group B campaign, but that did really kind of make it look like we did have 2 dominant darters this week, didn't it, Monday to Wednesday?
It did for those 3 days, and it was the expectation, wasn't it? It was expected to see who wins this out of Gemma and Lisa. They were the 2 favourites going into this, and we thought it'd be a story that we'd got not just in Group A, but a story was going to get for the whole week in regards to who's going to pick up the title. But we have since lost Lisa Ashton, and I think a lot of that comes down to that sort of Group A battle. When we look at that sort of head-to-head, we alluded to the fact Gemma Hayter probably needed to win that group. She went off to get some physio at the middle part of that campaign, struggling with that reoccurring shoulder injury. Had she not got that top position in Group A, maybe the same fate would have been of her as was with Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, she needed that, didn't she, Trina? With that in mind, how impressive was it that she actually managed to hold on and get the job done?
Yeah, she really struggled, and she was in a lot of pain with that shoulder, and she did do really well to hold on, and but she needed to, another 2 days throw-in would have. I think she'd have done some serious damage. To be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. She showed really good stuff when she wasn't hampered. How good is Gemma Hayter? How good is she when she can be free-flowing and injury-free?
Well, I think the fact she's won a Group A with some of the best players in the world in ladies' darts with those issues. She didn't show them so much on Monday. She seemed okay there, but didn't quite hit the levels we know she's capable of, but still won all the matches. And that shows you how good she is. When she's not at her best, and she still goes through that group, winning 24 points out of a possible 30, losing just 3 matches with the issues. So that's ominous, and that's worrying for the rest of the group. But not only that, the quality she shows. She's only recently got back into the sport, maybe with the pathways that have now been developed, really encouraging her and seeing that there's more that this sport can offer, ladies. Certainly for Gemma Hayter, who I'm going to say in 2025 is going to rival the big two in darts of Fallon and Bone.
Well, big call. Let's see a little bit more about Gemma Hayter's own story in her own words.
When I first started out, I started very young. I got very decent very quickly, and then I kind of put too much pressure on myself and lost my way a bit. So I stopped playing darts for 8 years. I got picked for England in 2016. I felt ready to come back after my nan passed away. My nan did everything for me. She took me to darts. She got me introduced to darts. She was a big part of my life. And I mean, I've got a name on my sleeve, and she's kind of the one that I think about when I do stuff. So yeah, she's a big driving force to me. It's very rare for somebody to come back like me and kind of go near to the top of the game. Women can play darts. Do you know what I mean? Like they can play darts. It might not be as consistent as the men. But then also that's what makes it exciting. You don't know who's going to win. Anything can happen in darts, and it's even more so in the women's game. Anything can happen.
1 dart left at double 18.
58.
That could be the last chance. And so Gemma Hayter to end her fairy tale year of return with a title, double 4.
Game's on!
The golden gem!
2024 WADC Women's Windmill Tour Championship champion, Gemma Hayter!
If it wasn't these 12 women that were here this week, you could easily pick another 12. And a few years ago, you probably couldn't. So I think it's grown massively now. I just want to get better. That's it, really. That's the main aim. I just want to get better, and I want to compete.
Yeah, well, women's darts has definitely had its dominant forces over the years. Trina, you've been one of them. More recently, Bo agrees. But Gemma's certainly shown herself as someone who can threaten that dominance. How open is the women's game starting to get?
Yeah, it's very open. You know, we've got more strength in depth. You know, and and we're having all these opportunities now as well. You know, with Modus, with the PDC Women's Series, and the WADC as well. So, you know, and the WDF, of course. So we've got far more options now, and we're getting more TV coverage and more. You know, we're out there, you know, people can see how we can play.
Yeah, and we've seen players do that this week. Of course, Gemma getting through Group A, but Steph Clarke is a fantastic example. She got through Group C in the end. Now, Matt, she didn't win a single game on Monday, then kind of does dominate herself in Group C.
I think Trina summed it very well there when she said about the opportunities that the ladies' game now presents. If you look at Steph Clarke on Monday losing her 5 games, that would have been like a year's worth of work to get to an opportunity to a stage like this, and then she'd have to wait another year, and that's a lot of time to think about what went wrong during that campaign. Instead, she gets another chance Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's a whole week chance here for her to get on that stage and to try and put it right. And every day, she made steady improvements and started to do what she's been doing out on the PDC Women's Series. We know how good she is. When we look at that Women's World Match Play, 8 players get in, and she's currently 6 places outside. She's got a genuine chance of making it to that flagship event in the PDC. So she's got an opportunity tonight in front of a bit of a crowd, a bit of an atmosphere, something she's done before when she's been playing county or when she's been representing England. So she's got to try and draw on those experiences tonight and see if she can continue to make that upwards trend. And if she can keep making this day-on-day progress, she could be a threat tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's going to be joined from that group by Vicky Pruim, who just pipped the teenage talents at the post there, Paige Pauling and Sophie McKinley. Was it experience that won the day?
Yeah, I think it was experience that took Vicky over the line. You know, it was great to see Paige and Sophie here this week, the 2 youngest players here. And it was nice for them to experience it together. You know, their debut, and as friends, you know, good friends. So it was nice to see them enjoying it and settling in. And day by day, you could see that they were getting used to the system. And you know, it was nice to see.
Yeah, and again, it's about what you said about opportunities, isn't it? That, you know, this is open to everyone. If you're good enough, you can play on this stage.
Yeah, and when in the past have we seen so many young female players breaking through like we've done now? But not only female players playing the sport, we've always had that, but not ones that can rival at the very top. And a lot of that comes down to, like I say, the pathways and the fact that it's a legitimate career now opportunity for, at the moment, a small select group of women, but that's growing year on year and more opportunities presenting themselves. We spoke all week about what women's darts used to be. And, I mean, Trina will probably testament to this. There's probably times she's gone to tournaments, won them, and it's cost her money. Where now there's opportunities to get a professional career through this sport.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Group B had some really experienced players in it, and it was a kind of a balmy group. Now, we mentioned it earlier. We'll address it now. Lisa Ashton finishing bottom, a real shock to anybody. But Trina, she wasn't very well the last couple of nights, was she?
No, she wasn't. She wasn't feeling too clever on the Thursday evening, and Friday she was actually sick. So yeah, it wasn't the best results for her, and you know, accordingly, you know, she was ill, she was poorly, and it took its toll on her.
Yeah, credit to her for getting on the stage.
Yeah.
It shows the champion she is. But the winner of the group in the end was Kirsty Viinikainen, and she played Laura Turner in a battle to win that group. She went on to win that match after Laura had missed match darts. But let's talk about Kirsty first, because this is the second time, Matt, that she's made it through to a Women's Week final, and she's just got that little bit of sort of killer instinct about her, hasn't she?
She has, and maybe this time she expected it a little bit more than last time, and that shows the progress mentally where she is. Last time she qualified through for finals night, she came off the stage in tears of joy. This time she sort of just took her darts out and walked off as if nothing had happened. So taking it more in the stride, a bit more expectant. But we've learnt a lot about Viinikainen this week, and we always talk about, do you play the board, do you play the player? Well, Viinikainen certainly plays the player, because one thing is she gets drawn into, I think, the battle, the moments. I don't see her going up there and beating someone 3-0, averaging 10, 15 points higher than the opponent, regardless of what they throw. You go up there and throw a 65, I think she's going to beat you with a 65 to a 67. You go up there and throw a 75, she'll match that. You go up there an 8, she'll match that. She's very much on with the pace of the game, and I think when she gets to that point where, and with more experiences in environments like this, where she can sort of detach herself from that gameplay, I think that's when we're going to see her take that next step in regards to chasing the real big hitters of the sport.
Yeah, she's made it through twice now. Laura Turner has made it through for the first time. Now, Trina, she sat where you're sat. She does the punditry and commentary job very, very well. But she said she just kind of gets nervous when she's playing darts. She wanted a better start. She got one, and she finds herself at finals. Now, what have you made of her this week?
I think she's played well, you know, and her confidence has grown. With every game that she's played. You know, she had a good start, which is always a booster, isn't it, for your confidence? So, and she's continued that on.
The finishing was key for her, wasn't it?
Combination finishing as well, the 76 and 96 which we just saw, and they were so good. But I agree with Trina, a lot of this comes down to the start of which we saw from Laura Turner on both nights. My only concern is if we've highlighted that as being a real big key, and Laura herself has highlighted that as a big key, what happens if it doesn't start well? Especially on finals night. She sat up here on a Saturday night on many occasions and spoke about the importance of that opening game and not taking a heavy defeat, because it's very hard to turn around in short format, small groups. So I think that's just going to ramp up the jeopardy, ramp up the intensity, and she needs to start well if that's what she highlights as being the reason to the success.
Another player with bundles of experience, Lorraine Winstanley, didn't make it through last time. She's come back, she's put that right. She's always in the mix, isn't she, in any tournament?
Yeah, Lorraine's a class player, and yeah, she's always, you know, she's played well this week, and yeah, she's you can't rule her out.
What do you think about how she's played this week? Have you seen any indications that she is amongst the front runners tonight?
Yeah, I think you can never discount Lorraine Winstanley, and one of the things she's got is them sort of clutch finishes, those clutch moments. I think every time she sort of went behind yesterday and on Thursday, she actually found more. And again, that's a good quality and a good sign. It's impressive when we see people come in and blow the groups away. But when they get put in that situation where it's almost backs to the wall and then they find even more, that's probably equally as impressive. And Lorraine Winstanley's done that in abundance over the last 2 nights.
She really has. Right, let's now focus on this evening and show you who is in which group. So the players split into 2 groups: Gemma Hayter, Laura Turner and Vicky Pruim in Group 1. Lorraine Winstanley, Steph Clarke and Kirsty Viinikainen in Group 2. They'll all play each other once the top 2 go through to the semi-finals, and it is first to 3 throughout. We kind of probably felt that it was Gemma Hayter as the favourite. Will the 2 that are in her group feel that that match between themselves, Turner and Pruim, is going to be key?
That's my assessment. That's how I see it. I kind of see tonight being a bit of the Gemma Hayter show in regards to, can anyone stop Gemma Hayter? So certainly all 5 players would be more than happy if she was in the other group. So absolutely, that comes down to head-to-head. But we've seen this story before. We've had many times to come into a week where we've got a big favourite, we've got someone we expect's going to go pick up the trophy, and then they don't make it even through to the final. It's short format darts, anything can happen, which is kind of why we've got to play the games.
Yeah, the bookies do make Gemma Hayter the favourite. She has been priced at 11 to 10. Kirsty Viinikainen comes in second favourite, then Pruim, Winstanley, Clarke and Turner once again the outsider. Laura strikes me as a type of player that'll be quite happy to go under the radar.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, you can't discount her. And, you know, she'll be looking to start off really well. It's a new night tonight. You know, anything can happen and everybody's got to start well. Yeah,
but you know these players very well. Out of them, who do you think's the most likely to be lifting the trophy at the end of the evening?
If Gemma can hold up, if her shoulder can hold out, her injury can hold out, I think she's got a very good chance.
Same for you?
The odds tell you everything you need to know. 4 players separated by 1 point. And then Gemma Hayter a long way clear out the top. That's how I see it as well. If we was going to look at the ability and the ceiling of all the players, and for that reason, yeah, absolutely, I've got to go with Gemma Hayter.
Right, well, you guys are going to talk through it in commentary. The action is about to get underway. Who will be on that roll of honour? Rhiannon O'Sullivan won Women's Week 1, and Women's Week 2's finals night is about to get underway.
Women can play darts. Do you know what I mean? Like they can.
Now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-star finish.
It might not be as consistent as the men, but then also that's what makes it exciting. You don't know who's going to win.
Rhiannon O'Sullivan!
Anything can happen in darts, and it's even more so in the women's game. Anything.
To enter fairy tale year of return with a title, double 4.
Games on!
The Golden Gem!
2024 WADC Women's Female Tour Championship champion, Gemma Hayter!
Hometown hero Gemma Hayter has prevailed.
And it could have really harmed Hayter. But she remains unharmed, and she'll be able to rest up for a couple of days because Gemma Hayter is through to finals night. If Winstanley won it, she'd be through. That was correct. If Viinikainen wins it here, by this scoreline, she will be the first to qualify. Nothing against hope. Laura Turner already through. Kirsty Viinikainen already through. Now, Lorraine Winstanley is confirmed as going with them because another loss in the end. It's Lorraine Winstanley who wins the game that sees her move on to 10 points. Second place in the table. She could stay there as well.
Double 5. The Swan sails into Saturday night. Steph Clarke has qualified because Vicky Pruim's going to get 2 darts to that target herself, and it is the Super Swede who progresses through to Saturday night.
This is it then. The audience have assembled to watch this Women's Week finale. And we have got the opening match between Gemma Hayter and Vicky Pruim about to take place. All eyes on the stage here at the Super Series. And we've got 6 players battling it out to join Rhiannon O'Sullivan on that roll of honour. Hayter and Pruim in the opening fixture of the night. They are in Group 1. Hayter, of course, as we spoke about, dominated Group A earlier in the week, won those head-to-heads with Lisa Ashton, and that's what got her through in the end. Managed to have a couple of days off then to rest that shoulder that she'd had an injury with. And Vicky Pruim, well, she did it in dramatic fashion, getting through a one-match shootout with the 16-year-old talent Paige Pauling to get through in second place in Group C. But Hayter, well, she's got home support. She's from Gosport here in Portsmouth, has already played on this stage plenty of times, a finalist in the Standard Series, and also won that WADC title. Vicky Pruim back at finals night for the second time. Paul Hinks will referee proceedings this evening, and Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar will talk you through every dart.
Thank you, Murph. Yes, really looking forward to this evening. A great evening of action here for the second Women's Series title. Who's going to follow in the footsteps left by Rhiannon O'Sullivan?
Gemma to throw first. Game on.
Gemma Hayter, a lot of expectation. As we just heard, a finalist in the regular weeks, and she's had a couple of days off to rest that shoulder, and
60.
she's been looking good in the practice area so far this evening, and she's going up there full of confidence with a chance to get her hands on some silverware, something, Trina, you know plenty about.
125.
Yeah, it didn't go well for me this week, so I won't be getting my hands on that one. But yeah, I spoke to Gemma earlier and asked her how her
60.
shoulder was doing, and she said that she doesn't really know because she hasn't thrown. So she said the pain's not so bad, so
60.
hope it holds out tonight. But she's got a tough opponent here in Vicky. Vicky's been steady all week, so
26.
there's no easy games here.
She's been very dangerous, hasn't she, Vicky Pruim, throughout the week, and one of the real key assets which we've been
95.
talking about is her finishing. Around about the 38% in her Group B campaign, and that is deadly. That's going to give her opportunities here against a player like
100.
Gemma Hayter when they present themselves, and it's all about Gemma Hayter trying to restrict the opportunities that Vicky's going to get.
Yes, indeed. Vicky's
60.
been around for a long, long time. You know, she's probably been playing the game over 30 years now, and you have known her for what seems
134.
donkey's years. So,
161.
you know, she's always been a good player and a dangerous player. So anything can happen here.
Yeah, I believe it's 23 years
60.
ago since she
Gemma Hayter,
first graced the
121.
Lakeside stage. Back in the old BDO, the World Darts Championship. No finish here for Gemma Hayter.
57.
Not going to go, and
Vicky Hayter,
this was the strength
101.
that we've been talking about for Vicky in regards to her finishing. She should get a dart at a double. She will not get a dart at the double. That old familiar story that we've seen quite a bit this week. Just a bit
81.
slack on the big
Gemma Hayter,
numbers.
64.
So Gemma with a chance now, but drops that into a 7. And that into a 2. So
24.
bit of a
Vicky
disaster
Hayter,
there for
20.
Gemma. So can Vicky take out this 20? Does with her
Each
first
on the
dart.
First leg, Vicky Pruim.
And that's a breaker throw.
Second leg, Vicky to throw first. Game on.
Well, no surprise for me there to see Vicky strong on the doubles, and Gemma Hayter will be ruining that opportunity there because it was almost handed to Vicky. Gemma Hayter not even getting a dart at the
60.
double from the 64. Maybe a sign of some early nerves. We have talked about what a Saturday night traditionally is, and it's about starting well. And that's on a normal
45.
week when we play a best of 7. The format is a little bit lower this week. Best of 5, first to 3, all the way through the night.
27.
Yeah, it's a brutal format. And like you said, you've got to start off well, and short format.
60.
Good crowd in here tonight to offer some support. Some of that will be down
100.
to Gemma Hayter being the local girl. We see it when Adam Lipscomb graces the stage on a Saturday night.
Very good friends they are as well,
100.
Gemma and Adam.
The other one who pulls in a big crowd is the big Dutchman, Jimmy Van Schie.
55.
Someone we may not be having here much longer, depending what happens tomorrow on the final day of PDC Q School. The darts transfer window will be closed.
100.
We'll know some of the players that we're going to see on that stage. The likes of Steve Beaton will be joining us this year. Adrian Lewis.
137.
And there's a sign of that support. Yes, that was pun intended.
Viinikainen 122. $54. Gemma 64.
So Gemma here looking to take this leg to equal the matchup. So tops now.
24. Viinikainen 68.
Double 4 for Vicky to go 2-0 up.
64.
Doesn't find it this time. So Gemma coming back for tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Takes it with a
Gemma
first
Hayter.
start and levels the scoreline. A break back.
Third leg Gemma to throw first. Game on.
My first thought when Gemma Hayter hit that, certainly looking at it from the point of view of a Gemma Hayter follower, was that of relief. And you could see that
16.
literally written all over Gemma Hayter there. A big puff of the cheeks, an exhale of breath. She knew how important that was.
Absolutely. You know, going two
16.
legs down, that would have been a bit of a disastrous start.
And you do, Trina, don't you? You get into a game like this and you almost play little mini moments within the match, and you get drawn into these sort of heightened sense of importance on shots like that last tops for Gemma Hayter.
Yeah, you know the importance of it, like you say. And but this game's they're both scoring well in this leg. 140 followed by a 140.
Wouldn't it be good if we could just turn that little voice off that tries to sort of work the game out while we're playing it? It'd be so much easier.
Wouldn't it just?
21.
I think that's why I'm 17-time living room world champion.
36.
Wayward dart there for Gemma Hayter, leaves her on a bogey, but Vicky, a long way back, needs to find a couple of trebles to get to a finish, which she's not going to do.
85.
The slip there for Gemma Hayter will not be punished on this occasion. She's still got 6 darts here. The luxury of a set-up play.
60.
Well, she'd have liked to have found the treble with the last dart there, but still favourite for this leg.
And speaking of favourites, that's probably my favourite shirt we just saw there. I'm a big fan of that one.
Gemma 105.
Your one and only fan?
My mum bought one too.
Oh, okay.
45. Vicky 55.
10% off because it's my mum.
It's nice of you. Tops now for Vicky. Let's go 2-1 ahead.
15. Gemma 60.
Gemma's just had a bit of success on tops and she'll be expecting a throw at that target. Little shuffle over to the left there, just blocked up the right-hand side.
20. Vicky 40.
There's been a lot of opportunities between the pair in this game, but one thing we've got is 2 breaks of throw so far. That could become 3, but won't on this occasion.
No score. Gemma 40.
So chance for Gemma. Double 10. Can she sneak it in? Oh, doesn't manage to.
20.
So Vicky coming back now to the hockey for another break of throw, like you said. Tops. Double 10. Double 5.
Game shot
Finds it with a
Vicky
third
Pruim.
dart. And that's crucial there.
It's the most painful one as well, isn't it? Because you think you're going to come back to the hockey and get another opportunity. You could see the instant reaction there from Gemma Hayter, who, when Vicky was left on double 5, maybe thought she was going to get another opportunity to hold on to a throw. 3 breaks of throw, which is normally an indication of a little bit of nerves injected into the game, which there'd be no surprise if there was.
66.
Saturday night, it's the big night, it's trophy night, and it's very brutal format.
140. $41.
Well, this is a must-win leg for Gemma.
$45.
This would put Vicky in a very strong position, taking out the favourite in the opening game. Laura Turner, the other player, sat in the wings waiting to play in this group. But for Gemma Hayter,
100.
because she's won that Group A campaign, the format doesn't really lend itself to someone who likes to just get on with things.
105.
She wouldn't be seen again till match number 5, where she'd be taking on Laura Turner and being against the throw.
108.
Well, a great shot there from
Vicky O'Carr 170.
Gemma.
Well, that's that touch of quality we've been talking about that Gemma Hayter
98.
has.
Gemma O'Carr
The
114.
reason that she was the favourite. Big shot, had a big moment.
Well, misses the treble. There goes into the 1,
78.
but recovers with
Vicky
the
O'Carr
last dart.
72.
Is it going to be enough? So 72 now for Vic. Tops. Nearly it's a treble there.
52. Gemma O'Carr
Drags it
36.
violently low. Just didn't want to let go of that dart there, Vicky Pruim. Did she think that was in?
18. Vicky O'Carr
Gemma
20.
giving a shake of the shoulder there. Looks like it's bothering her a little. So double 10 for Vicky to win this
Game
3-1, and
time
she
Vicky
does with a
Pruim.
second dart.
Gemma Hayter, big favourite. Not just to win that game, but to go on and win the entire series here for Women's Week number 2, following in the footsteps of Rhiannon O'Sullivan. But it's Vicky Pruim who takes her out in the opening game. A good performance there from Vicky, once again getting good on the outer ring. An average of 71.43. Gemma Hayter found a max in the last leg there, but the doubles caused the troubles. Just 1 from 10 for Gemma Hayter. She's going to have to recover in game number 5 when she takes on Laura Turner. But before then, we're going to move to Group 2 when Viinikainen takes on Lorraine Winstanley.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events,
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go!
Jaden Walker
Everything! And Jaden Walker!
week starring Luke Littler,
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
record-breaking averages,
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
and insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey,
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
deep dives in our tungsten talks,
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
and Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series and watch us now. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. We've had a bit of a shock in the opening match. Trina Glover's alongside me. Matthew Edgar said that it's going to be a bit of the Gemma Hayter show tonight, possibly, but Vicky Pruim, well, she hasn't read the script there, has she, with that 3-1 victory?
No, clearly not. Vicky played well there, as Gemma seemed to be struggling a bit with her shoulder and trying to shake it out a little bit. So whether that's making a bit of a difference, I don't know.
Where was the game won and lost?
I think not hitting the big numbers. Maybe there, and missing out doubles. Vicky's good on her out shots and everything. So it's all credit to Vicky.
Yeah, and it takes a bit of pressure off her when she plays Laura Turner in the next match as well, doesn't it? So starting well in these round robin formats really is vital.
It's essential. It really is essential. And that's what anybody can win tonight. It really is wide open. But like you say, going on the previous week, then Gemma was the favourite.
What does she need to do now in the practice room? Does she need to keep throwing? Does she need to rest?
Well, only she knows that. Her injury is her injury, and she'll know what's best to do. Whether she has to stretch it off or whether to give it a bit of rest, it's really entirely up to her.
Well, she's still got a chance. That's the main
Absolutely.
thing. But Vicky Pruim getting the win in the opening match. Second match about to get underway as we move to Group 2. Lorraine Winstanley and Viinikainen, and I spoke to both earlier tonight. Lorraine, welcome to finals night at this Women's Week. How would you sum up the last couple of nights for yourself?
I've really enjoyed myself this time. The first time I was here, I really struggled. I couldn't settle. So coming into it this time, I was a bit more aware of what I was coming into. So I felt a bit more relaxed about it. And I've played okay. I've put in big scores at the right time, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, well, it's about winning, isn't it? And you won enough to get here. What was it that got you through? Because there was a lot of close matches in that group. Was it winning those last leg deciders?
I think it has to be, doesn't it? Because, like we said before, I went 2-0 down a couple of times and managed to bring it back. And I try not to panic because sometimes I'm stronger at the back end of the game. That's always been my problem. The idea is not to go 2-0 behind, but sometimes it's the way it goes.
Just in general, you're someone who gives a lot back to the sport of darts. How easy or how difficult is it to kind of juggle that and then your own game, playing your own game?
I think it is pretty difficult. My performance isn't quite like it used to be because I'm not playing the same amount of competitive darts, and I'm a big believer that you need to play competitively to keep up that top level. I tend to only do the women's series now. So obviously when I got invited onto this, I thought, well, this is great to sort of kickstart the practice back, heading towards back to the women's series. So, but yeah, my performance has definitely taken a bit of a toll, but I love my job, so it's a win-win for me.
Yeah, it was a close group, an open group, and it looks like an open finals night as well. How do you rate your chances, and what would it mean to you to come out on top this evening?
You've always got to back yourself as a player. There's no point in standing up there if you're not confident in your own performance. What will be, will be. I came into this week with no expectations, so realistically that's how I'm heading into tonight. And of course it would be amazing to lift the trophy at the end of the night.
Best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Kirsty, back through to finals night. How pleased are you to make it to this Saturday session again?
I'm really happy that I did make it. I was quite nervous because I have changed my dart about a month ago, and that have been in my back head a little, but I'm satisfied and happy.
Is this the first tournament you've played with the new darts?
I just played a few small in Finland, but this is...
Obviously you did really well when you came here last time. How pleased were you to get the invitation again?
Really pleased.
And you're
so thankful.
Yeah, and you made it through. You've had a good week. How would you sum up how you've played this week?
I have been feeling okay, and it is a little bit ups and downs, but quite steady anyway. Hopefully it's going to be today also good.
What would it mean to you to win the Women's Week here at the Super Series tonight?
cannot even imagine. But we'll see, one game at a time.
We'll let you prepare. Good luck.
Thank you.
Viinikainen looks for 20 and tops. Well, she gets tops, so now she needs 20 in the form of double 10, which she finds.
Corridor, settle for double.
Yeah, could she go even further than last time around? Kirsty Viinikainen back at finals night for the second time. About to take on Lorraine Winstanley in the Group 2 opener. Winstanley here for the first time, having failed to make it as referenced there. She felt a little bit more comfortable this week, but she didn't feel too comfortable playing in matches against Kirsty Viinikainen because they met twice on Thursday and Friday, and Kirsty not only won both matches, but won every leg that the pair of them contested. 3-0 wins on each of those nights. However, it's a different night. It's a different kind of feel on a Saturday in front of an audience, of course, and this short, sharp, round-robin group phase. We just saw the jeopardy of that with Gemma Hayter's defeat in the opening match to Vicky Pruim. The Swede won. Will the Finn follow? Kirsty Viinikainen, 52 years of age, from Finland, finalist for the second time. Can she go further this time around, or will Lorraine Winstanley get a bit of revenge for those two defeats over the last couple of nights? We'll find out in the company of Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, it's going to be a intriguing tie, this one, and picking up on a few things that Lorraine Winstanley said there in the interview was to do with the fact that she feels a little bit more comfortable this time, but this a different task to what she's done the last couple of nights. Not the world's biggest crowd like a Lakeside where she graced the World Championship final, but instant feedback.
First like Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
Reactions to the darts, and that's where it comes a little bit different from playing behind closed doors. She said she doesn't play competitively as much, and Trina, you're someone who's taken a bit of a break from the sport and sort of coming back into it and trying to play again. Does it feel different when you come back to it for round 2?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, you've got that experience behind you, but it's always nervy coming back into it, as it's, you know, you're wondering whether you can do it again.
68.
You know?
And that's the thing, is that success of the past, like Lorraine Winstanley said in her interview there, where maybe I'm not playing as good as I did before. Does it feel like you're chasing an old you rather than being the you of 2025?
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, to be fair. I think, you know, you expect to be, when you know you can play better than you currently are, then, you know, you're always chasing
140.
The frustration can set in when you don't perform like that. So, yeah, I think that's a good way of saying it.
Just performed well, Lorraine Winstanley, picking up 10 points in her Group B campaign, a high average of an 86.65. That's what we know she's capable of. But one of the things that I would describe her game with, yes, it's had highs, yes, it's had lows, but overall, where it meets somewhere in the middle, has been quite consistent over the last couple of nights. And she's certainly been a very dangerous player.
With Kirsty, I remember Kirsty.
85.
She's been playing a long time as well, but I think the way she's playing now is, I think she's a better player these days than she was in the past. So, but she's been around a long time.
An abundance of titles on the BDO and the WF circuit for Viinikainen. Has been around for quite some time. Like you say, a lot of the titles came sort of 2012, 2013. She's got back in the winners' enclosure over the last few years and did this past year play at the Lakeside. Something I know she has big desires of getting back to next year. She's going to be out on the WF circuit. That is her plan, picking up the points with that Lakeside motivation.
Kirsty Viinikainen, 147.
Couple of trebles required here for Viinikainen if she's going to get a dart at the double. unable to find. And it's always nice when someone misses the opportunity with the first dart when you're the opposing player, because it gives you that extra bit of time, the extra bit of process. And Stanley knows she'll be coming back. Single 18 for tops.
The tops now.
35. Kirsty O'Carr, 50.
So Kirsty having a chance at this 50. So tops now to hold a throw. Drags that one into the
40.
big 20. So giving Lorraine a shot at this tops.
Yeah, no conviction in that throw from Viinikainen. She's watching intently at the back of the stage here, and she's going to be happy with what she's seen. Another opportunity for that holder throw. Lorraine Winstanley now missing 4 darts at a double to get a break in the opening leg.
And that first one some distance off. Getting closer.
10.
Overcompensates there. Just into the 10 segment. So double 5 and she takes it.
Lorraine Winstanley.
The break of throw there for Lorraine.
Lorraine to throw first. Game on.
Well, if Viinikainen's plans this year are to get back to the lakeside and have another crack at that WWF World Championship, where she did win her opening game before going down 2-0 to Bo Greaves. She was actually on the 9-darter as well on that occasion.
60.
Lorraine Winstanley has mapped out her year, and this is the exciting time of the year where, because of the various tours and systems that are in place now in the world of darts, players have got options. Lorraine Winstanley opting a different route. She's going to be using the PDC Women's Series. Oh, you're in a frame there, trainer, as well. She's going to be in the PDC Women's Series this year, of which she's in a very good position. Last year finished 9th on the overall order of merit, which she'll be very, very happy with when you look at some of the players she finished ahead of. Most notably, Rhian O'Sullivan, the defending champion of this Women's Week here at the Super Series. But the big one comes at Blackpool, the Women's World Match Play Race. Lorraine Winstanley currently 7th on that order of merit. Inside with the chase impact, the likes of Steph Clarke, who we're going to see tonight. Viinikainen, who she's battling it out with on the stage right now. Lisa Ashton, Paige Paulin, yourself, Trina, all chasing down that match play spot.
Yeah, we all want to be there. So I'm looking forward to the run up to trying to get that
66.
that space at the match play.
The action all kicks off the 15th and 16th of February, the PDC Women's Series.
60.
Yes, at Leicester.
You'll be able to travel back home again from Leicester, won't you?
I will. Just down the road from me.
Very understated, isn't it, the value of being able to sleep in your own bed.
43.
Oh, yes. So this could be a maximum here. Not quite this time.
40.
Brings it down well there, Lorraine Winstanley. Gets herself down to a reachable finish. And just resists that bit of a challenge that Viinikainen was starting to show. She's got to think about this. Looking at the 18 target here.
$42. Lorraine O'Carr, 118.
I think we both miscounted anyway, so we'll both take that one on the chin.
So treble 20 now. Doesn't find it. So 18.
94.
But recovers well with that treble 18 there. Leaves a 24. Kirsty not on an outshot, so she will be coming back. Can she put on some pressure here? Great shot there from Kirsty. Leaving herself on tops, but will she get a chance?
If Lorraine was working in her job as an advisor, as a coach to the younger players should be saying right now, you've still got 3 darts at a double, regardless of that last visit for Viinikainen, but she's not been able to cash it in.
40.
So Kersey, a chance here to level the game with tops. Finds it with a second dart.
Kersey Viinikainen.
Levels the game. And a breaker throw.
Third leg, Kersey to throw first. Game on.
Very much a replication of that first game, isn't it? Gemma Hayter losing 3-1 to Vicky Pruim, and the start of the game was all breaks a throw, and did allude to the fact that when that happens, you tend to find it's a bit of an edgy start, an edgy game, and that can be very excused in this situation for the players.
Yeah, I think all players are quite on edge, you know, a bit nervous tonight. Rightfully so as well, you know, they're bound to be. And the crowd are quite quiet at the moment as well, so it's, you know, they can probably hear absolutely everything that that's going on behind them. There's one thing when you're playing in the week and there's complete silence,
26.
to having a few in, and you can pick out little bits and pieces, and so it's sometimes it's better to have it really rowdy.
Blanket noise, isn't it, rather than individuality?
Yes, indeed.
Not only that, they know that there's a massive prize on the line here tonight. A big opportunity, chance to earn
60.
a good few pounds in the pocket and pick up a title that would look very nice on their CV. And they'll sense the opportunity. We've got to make reference to it because it is such a big factor when you take out Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves, who have sort of dominated the ladies' game over the last 12 to 18 months. Neither of them in the lineup this week, both trying to get their tour cards. So the opportunity presents itself, and even so now that Gemma Hayter, who is the real emerging talent in the ladies' game, has already lost her opening match. Do other people's results play a part, do you think, Trina, when you're sort of watching in the back room?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and with it being such a short format, and you know, it could come down to leg difference and everything. So it's, you know, every leg counts, and yeah, they'll be looking at each other's scores.
60.
Is that what it's been like in the week down there? Because you've been here all week playing Group A and a Group C campaign. Do people gather around looking at the league table trying to work it out, or do they just try and take it in the stride?
Well, to start off with, you know, you just take it in your stride, and then you later on in the week you look at what needs to be done. Maybe, you know, not always a good thing though, knowing what you need to do, because you tend to play to the need rather than going out for that 3-0 win.
76.
Making mini challenges within the challenge. Ultimately, the challenge is winning the game, and then you go out and go, right, I need 2 legs or 1 leg, and overcomplicate the situation.
Exactly, and it puts pressure on yourself as well. Instead of throwing 3, and you know,
40.
I did exactly that. The amount of games that I lost 3-2 this week was ridiculous. So, but yeah, couldn't get over the line.
This is a simple equation here for Lorraine Winstanley. 68 points, and she's a leg away from the match.
68.
So 8 or 16. Finds 16, so double 16. Let's go 2-1 up.
36. Kersey 92.
Not this time. So Kersey on 92. She may go the ball route here. Doesn't decide to. So double 16.
Game shot
Takes it there. Great shot there to go 2-1 up.
That really was nice and clean, and they're the sort of shots that really build the confidence and grow the confidence when you're taking them out with minimal fuss.
Yeah, and she'll be looking at that treble 20, or I would have been looking at that treble 20, and it was smack bang in the middle as well. So
24.
When you have precision darts like that, it builds confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. This is your Group 2 action. You'll see there in the graphic on the bottom right. Other player here in Group 2 is Steph Clarke, the winner of
45.
Group C. She's waiting in the wings, and she will be coming up in a couple of games' time. We alternate between the groups. We will be moving our attention back to Group 1 at the conclusion of this one.
81.
Vicky Pruim could guarantee a passage through to the semi-finals.
$44.
I think we've seen this a few times though from Viinikainen throughout the week, where she has a big finish or she has a big moment and then unable to follow it up. And you do, don't you? When you take out a shot like that, you do get like a little spike, almost like a quick adrenaline rush, and you don't get long to have to try and manage that and just get back to business as usual.
Yeah, you know, you find some players that are very animated when they win a leg, and that great 180 there from Kersey. Kersey is not one of them that's animated. There aren't many, to be fair, there aren't many of the lady players that are animated when they play. It tends to be more of a man thing.
We've seen it a little bit with the younger players this week. Robin Byrne, for example, playing with a lot of flair and excitement.
41.
Yeah. There's been times watching the ladies dart, so it's almost been... people have been happy to see things hit against them. Very supportive of one another.
123.
No, that's just appreciating good darts.
$83. Lorraine Carr, 73.
So Lorraine looking to level the match up with this 73. So tops now.
53. Kersey Carr, 108.
Can't manage it, so Kersey comes back for the 108. Hits a treble 18. Well, she went for the 14 there, but slipped into the 9. Bit of a disaster.
And it takes the leg and puts it on a
68.
silver platter and
Lorraine
hands it
Carr,
over
20.
to Lorraine Winstanley. But she's got to take it off. And to do that, she needs to find this double 10.
Can she bounce it off the barrel? Can't find
No
it.
score.
Bounces on the wrong
Kersey
side of the
Carr,
barrel.
40.
And Kersey has got a chance for the match here. Tops. Double 10.
$30. Lorraine Carr, 20.
Well, Lorraine coming back. So double 10 now for Lorraine.
Well,
Can she get much closer?
Absolutely no chance. Both on the wire. She can't get any closer without it going in. She's had to come across to try and open up the bed.
10.
Well thrown
Kersey
darts,
Carr, 10.
but no reward.
So another chance for Kersey here. Double 5. She's getting closer. Can she find it with this dart?
5.
No, drags it
Lorraine
into the
Carr,
5.
10.
And another chance for Lorraine.
This just feels like what we were talking about before, those key moments where it just really heightens the importance. The players feeling the situation, feeling the importance, and Lorraine Winstanley stumbles over the line and takes us into a deciding leg. Missed doubles are plenty. But this is a situation where Lorraine Winstanley has found herself in many times this week, and normally when it comes to this situation, as in her own words before this match, could be a bit of a secret weapon of hers. The ability to win a deciding leg.
16.
Yeah, she said that she likes being behind, as she finds her game stronger in the latter end of the match. So
81.
she'll be hoping to draw on that. in this leg?
Well, if this was horse racing, it could be a 3-mile race. When do people traditionally try and win the race? It's right in the last furlong of the 3-mile race. And
that's a good point.
Maybe that's what Lorraine Winstanley's trying to do here.
123. $60.
The advantage to Viinikainen on 2 aspects here now. Leading on the front 6, and what's in her hand. If she can find a treble with this last start, will put Lorraine Winstanley in big trouble, and she does. That is a very big dart there from Viinikainen.
Well, ideally, I was going to say she needs to fill this up, but another treble she finds. It puts the pressure on.
Yeah, the issue there for Lorraine Winstanley, she finds that big blow, hits the big 140, a 4th of the match, but it only just puts her back on pace with Viinikainen. She's still behind the darts. Could do with finding a 5th.
Yeah, she's having a think about this. Give herself a
42.
chance.
Kursuka 158.
Doesn't leave herself a finish, but this is a big ask for Kersey. But she will be coming back after this throw anyway, as Lorraine not on an outshot.
She'd been hoping just to keep those straight here, because this is essentially a setup play for her.
42.
She hasn't got underneath the 100. Still leaves it on a 3-dart possibility.
$55. Kursuka 116.
Well, can she take this 116 out for the match? Hits treble 7 there. Was going for the treble 19.
She'll probably stay there again. Treble 19 for the double. Doesn't go. But leaves it very handy. A double she's had a lot of success on for the last couple of nights, Viinikainen. Certainly likes this area of the board. Treble 18. Doesn't go. Viinikainen going to get an opportunity
24.
to close this one out on an area of the board she's had a lot of love for the last few nights.
So double 14. Double 7 now. Takes it with a second dart. And that's a 3-2 victory there for Kersey against Lorraine. A 65.01 average for Lorraine, 67.3 for Kersey, 18.75% on the checkouts for Kersey, and only 11.11 on Lorraine. So we come back later with Vicky and Laura.
It's finals night at the Women's Week here at the Modus Super Series. Here is what has happened so far. A bit of a shock in the opening match of the night in Group 1 when Gemma Hayter, the favourite, went down 3-1 to Pruim. Group 2 saw a hard-fought win for Viinikainen against Lorraine Winstanley. So Hayter and Winstanley with work to do. Hayter will return against Laura Turner a little later on this evening. But next up, Laura Turner is going to take on Pruim, who needs a couple of legs only to book her place in the semi-finals. But Turner is here at finals night for the first time, well in a playing capacity anyway. I've spoke to her many times, but this time I was speaking to her before she takes to the stage for her first group game. Laura, you made it, finals night. Just give us your reaction on getting here.
Yeah, my reaction probably was surprise. Well, to be fair, I came here with not too many expectations because I saw the group, knew it was a really tough group, and then got that first win, the first night, and I think my perspective just changed. I relaxed. It was just completely different from last time, and yeah, really, really pleased.
When we spoke on the first night, you said you just wanted a better start. Well, you got that, and kind of we agreed in commentary, myself and Matthew Edgar. You looked to grow in confidence. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. My form over the last kind of 12 to 18 months has been, for me, below par. So, to come here, I know what an opportunity it is. I want to do well. I don't think any player goes up there to play poorly, but to actually, get a few results go my way, it was really good.
Has the Modus Super Series kind of showcased how open women's darts can be? Because last time Fallon Sherrick and Bo Greaves were here, but Rhiannon O'Sullivan won the week. This time, Lisa Ashton, I know she's been unwell the last couple of nights, but she hasn't made it, and it looks pretty open this evening.
Yeah, and I think that's something that when we talk about women's darts, for me personally, the standard from playing in the women's series and some of the WDF events as well, the standard has just got higher and higher, and you have to raise your game, you have to raise your levels if you want to keep in contention.
If you play Lorraine Winstanley tonight and you go 2-0 what's going to be different? How are you going to make sure you put her away?
Oh, I don't know. I might push her off the stage. No, I'm sharing with Lorraine as well. So, she's reminded me a couple of times that I keep going 2-0 up and she keeps finding a way back. But she's one of those players, we practice together as well, that you feel quite comfortable, start feeling confident, and then she just raises her level. So it's about just keeping in front of Lorraine.
And just one quick fire question to finish. What's better, playing or commentating?
Oh, that's a really tough question. To be fair, when the results actually go my way, I do quite enjoy playing. It reminds me that, I'm not as bad as what I think sometimes, but I love the commentating as well. I think I'm in my happy place when I'm behind the camera and with a microphone.
Well, you're in front of it tonight. Good luck. Enjoy it. At the top. Finishing continues tomorrow. She gets 2 darts and only needs 1. What a finish that is for Laura Turner. Well, can she conquer the world of women's darts? Laura Turner hoping to be the winning woman at the Modus Super Series here. Live on Pluto TV, making it through to finals night for the first time, having tried and failed in the first Women's Week. She wanted a better start. She got one. A fantastic day on Thursday in Group B. Followed it up yesterday as well and gets the opportunity now to try and go even further. She takes on Pruim, though, who will be absolutely thrilled with how things have gone so far this evening. Vicky got the better of the favourite to win tonight, Gemma Hayter, by 3 legs to 1 in the opening match of the night. The 50-year-old from Chester, representing Sweden via Belgium, trying to win here in Portsmouth, takes on Laura Turner, who would love to get off to a flying start just like she did in her group campaign. A reminder, just 2 legs would see Vicky qualify for the semi-finals, and if she loses this game 3-1, the only way she could go out would be via a 9-dart shootout. There could be plenty of drama on the way in this Women's Week's finale, and guiding you through every twist and turn are Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
There's nothing more dramatic than finals night and a 9-dart shootout. And with that, you would think there's probably more likelihood of a 9-dart shootout this week due to the reduction in the format. A regular series would be best of 7, but with best of 5 there's less possibilities. Could we get the very rarely spotted 9-dart shootout tonight?
It's very possible.
100.
Certainly more possible than normal. Vicky has been on the stage already. 3-1 success over Gemma Hayter, the big favourite, who will be sat in the back here, probably hoping Vicky wins this game,
100.
qualifies herself, and then just leaves a straight shootout there where Gemma Hayter and Laura Turner can battle it out for the other place in the semi-finals.
83.
Starting strong has been the philosophy of Laura Turner in her Group B campaign. She said she relaxed after getting that win.
180.
But if that is the case, Vicky's already been on the stage. She's already got the win. Is she relaxed? Is she feeling like she can get herself through to the semi-finals here at the earliest possibility? John Park mentions it all the time, doesn't he, during the World Championship, how the seeds are actually at a disadvantage because they're going up against somebody who's been on the stage, who's got a result. And if that philosophy is true,
45.
Vicky Pruim would be big favourite here.
Yes, that is the case, and you know, they've already got the feel of the stage, and that is it can be an advantage, of course.
100.
Well, drops
Vicky
that
Carr,
dart and picks it up, finds a treble 20 with it. So double 18 now for Vicky.
80. Vodka 78.
Good leg from both here. That would have been a 15-darter from Vicky Pruim, and Laura Turner after 12 darts down to a 2-dart possibility. This has been the key strength.
38. Vicky Carr 36.
Just a little over-pitched.
Double 9 now. Finds it
Game's on
right in the
first
corner
leg.
there.
Vicky Pruim. Second leg Laura through first.
So this match
Game on.
kicking off, going with the throw, which is unusual in itself for the two previous games.
The main thing for Vicky now is it means everything's in her own hands.
16.
Even if she goes on to lose the next 3 legs, she's got another opportunity to come back up here with a 9-dart shootout possibility. She can't go out by any other result. So she's
26.
kind of done the minimum requirement. You always want it to be in your own hands, but I'm going to pose a bit of a question to you, Trina, because Chris Murphy in that interview sort of chucked it at Laura Turner, so I'm going to ask you the same one. Is it nicer to be up here in the commentary box, or would you prefer to be down on the stage?
Like Laura said, when it's going well, you don't mind being down on that stage, but when it's
59.
going wrong, it's a lonely place. And, you know, it's nicer to be in control a little bit up here.
Comfy chairs and air conditioning, casting an eye over the darts is much better than the stress and drama.
Absolutely.
100. $83.
Good scoring stage here from Laura Turner. Always finding a red, which is putting her down quite well here. He's going to give her opportunities.
137. Vodka 133.
This is arguably the strongest performance we've seen so far this week from Vicky, who just seems to have a spring and a step in this game.
97.
Well, that's great darts there from Laura. Leaving herself 36, and she will be coming back for it. There's Vicky on 179.
99. Vodka 36.
Leaves it handy, but is she going to get a chance? Double 18 for Laura.
Game show.
Takes it with a second
Laura
dart.
Turner.
And makes a score 1-1.
Game on.
17 darter there for Laura Turner, and I think we're seeing her really grow, not just in this room, not just on the stage,
45.
not just in this week, but this could really set her up for the entire season, because she's mentioned she came into this maybe not with the best confidence, and that's due to sort of the form over the last 12 to 18 months where she's maybe not played as much. And we just heard from Lorraine Winstanley before her game say competitive play is vital if you want to play your best. So a great way to kickstart the year here for Laura Turner, getting lots of games in. Could be setting her up for an improved season.
Yes, match play is essential and improves your game, improves your confidence, and you know, it's a very important part of the game. And
85.
Laura's playing well here.
92.21 the average. Vicky Pruim, as we feel within the performance, it was
100.
something better than we've seen from her for the entire week. It's just one of those games where both players are bringing the best out in each other. You mentioned the word match play in a different sense, but casting our minds to the match play that's coming up at the Winter Gardens.
100.
Laura Turner currently position 26 on that order of merit, looking to chase down those top 8 positions. And for Vicky, she's in position 23. So
95.
you would suggest that they're going to need to pick up an early title somewhere on the Women's Series if they're going to push themselves into that Blackpool race.
$100. Vicky O'Carr 161.
Darts like this would suggest they would be well and truly in the running. Continuing to rise with the stats and numbers. But the numbers right now for Laura that matter the most are 95, and that is for a 2-1 lead.
It leaves the South tops.
Vicky O'Carr 74.
Will she get the opportunity? Vicky here on 74. So slips into the treble 11 there. It's going for the treble 14 to leave double 16.
59. Vicky O'Carr 40.
To break the throw.
No score. Vicky O'Carr 15.
Just couldn't get under the opening dart there. Caught the flight on darts 2 and 3.
No score. Vicky O'Carr 40.
Well, Vicky busting that score there. So gives Laura another chance at tops.
To prolong the celebrations of
In
Vicky
from the
Pruim.
third leg, Laura Turner.
Laura Turner now breaks the throw. She's a leg away from winning the match. Vicky, had she have taken that out, would have qualified. She only needs the 2 legs. And how much of that do you wonder? Maybe she knew that as well. Laura wins this. It would be 3-1 to Vicky
100.
in the opening game, and then 3-1 to Laura Turner against Vicky. Still leaves that possibility of the rarely spotted 9 darts shootout.
100.
Well, neither of them want that. They don't want. They want the job done before that. So they'll be trying their hardest.
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't lie on this one. I love a 9 dart shootout, but I think I'm a little bit sadistic when I like my sport. I like a penalty shootout. I like seeing people under pressure.
121.
Yeah, well, the players won't want it, that's for sure. But time will tell.
Yeah, no doubt the players will want to avoid that fate.
60.
Gemma Hayter, the other player in this group, would have to wait for that game. That coming up in game number 5. We will revert back to group number 2 at the conclusion of this match.
55.
Which may not be too far away. Laura Turner in striking range. Could use the ball here.
140.
Or she could just pile in a 140 and leave herself on a 2-darter.
Well, what do you know?
100. Vicky O'Carr 61.
Well, 61 now for Laura. Went for the 25. It's the 1, so leaves herself 60. So tops now for the match.
21. Vicky O'Carr 125.
Now I expect Vicky will start on the bullseye region here. Nope, she's gone the 18s. I've got to stop calling these things.
57.
Okay, I'm going to make one more prediction.
40.
Laura's going to go for tops.
There's a good chance. You're right. So Tops there takes the match 3-1. Great darts there from both players. Vicky with an 81.22 average and an 87.94 from Laura Turner. 1 from 4 for Vicky Pruim. 3 from 9 for Laura. But a great match there from the both of them. Some great averages there.
Yeah, that was probably one of the performances of the week from any player there from Laura Turner. A quality performance, and that does leave open the 9-dart possibility still. We'll find out when we go back to Group 1. But it's over to Group 2 now. Lorraine Winstanley takes on Steph Clarke.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9-dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Well, before the break, we saw Laura Turner get off to a winning start on finals night. That double top, seeing a 3-1 win against Vicky Pruim in Group 1. And now both Turner and Pruim have managed to win in that group. But the favourite to win this evening, Gemma Hayter, is the one that is stranded without a victory yet. Laura Turner, all smiles after that win, and why not? She's going to go into that game against Gemma Hayter with things in her own hands, but the results have been mirrored in that group so far, meaning that we could still get a 9-dart shootout to determine which two go through. That's if Hayter wins 3-1. Kirsty Viinikainen beat Lorraine Winstanley 3-2 in Group 2, and Lorraine's going to be back in action against Steph Clarke in the next match. Now, Steph, she had an amazing turnaround this week. She really struggled on the first day, lost all of her matches in Group A, but then went on to reset, restart, and won Group C. I had a little chat with her about her experience this week earlier on this evening. Steph, if at the end of Monday, when you'd lost all of your matches, I told you you'd be standing here on finals night, what would you have said?
I would have said not a chance. After Monday, I think I was just so deflated because as soon as you lose, every game, it's hard to come back from that. And I think, then as the week went on, and then I think I got to Wednesday, and I just thought, right, new day, Thursday, Friday, just sort of used to it by then, just see how they go. So yeah, I wouldn't have thought I'd been studying. I know.
Did you start to feel like you kind of belonged here as the week went on?
Because after Monday, I sort of thought, why am I here? And then after Thursday, picked it up a bit, and then thought, right, okay, that's a bit more like what I can do.
Because you kind of dominated that Group C, didn't you? So how good a feeling was it to get through without any real drama?
Yeah, it was. I think especially after Thursday, winning 4 out of 5, it just gave me the confidence to go into Friday and think, right, if I can just win 3 out of 5, get through, and then, just my confidence has grown each day as it's gone by.
And where does that leave you mentally going into this evening?
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm nervous about this evening, but I do get nervous, but I probably play better with a crowd than I do when it's, silent. So I wouldn't say I'm overly confident, but I know what I can do, so we'll see what happens.
Well, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Steph Clarke not be able to take the 1-2-2, but it's on. Bullseye.
Shot on the
Wow.
leg. Steph Clarke.
Well, she has brought the fireworks.
35. If Steph Clarke cannot take out 88 from here. Double 14. What a recovery. An errant first dart. 17 leaves the double. The ton topper to start. A super start from Steph Clarke. Double 5. The Swarm all sails into Saturday night. Steph Clarke has qualified.
Well, why not? Why can't she win it all? With the turnaround that she's had this week, the Swan has sailed in the end through to finals night after she was struggling in choppy waters in Group A. Really good stuff from Steph Clarke to get here. And she said she's a little nervous, but deep down she must have felt that confidence grow as she showed what she can really do on Thursday and Friday, and will be every bit the contender this evening. She's the last of the 6 players to appear at finals night. She's going to take on Lorraine Winstanley, who we have seen already lost out for the 3rd time this week to Viinikainen, but in losing 3-2, well, she's still got a very good opportunity to get through. If she wins this game 3-0 or 3-1, then she will be guaranteed to be in the semi-finals. If she wins 3-2, the only way she can go home is by virtue of a 9-dart shootout. Clarke, of course, would qualify with any victory here because Lorraine would have lost both games. Therefore, Viinikainen would also be through. So with that, I will hand you back to Trina and Matthew.
No doubt Steph Clarke's going to be nervous in this situation. First time here at the Super Series. And she's got through to finals night on debut. An opportunity to play in front of a crowd. Something she's done in this sort of size of environment many times. And her county experience and now international experience for which she played just last season.
Game on.
But for Steph Clarke tonight is how do you channel that energy? There's going to be a lot of nervous energy. There's going to be a lot of excitement. There's going to be a lot of adrenaline. But which side of the fence do you put it on? Because the two are very, very close together in regards to nerves and excitement. And that is a great start for Lorraine Winstanley. Just to show Steph Clarke what she's up against. It's not just what she's feeling.
99.
It's what she's got to try and beat in a very experienced player here in Lorraine.
Yeah, Lorraine, very experienced, and It's a great start from her there
41.
as well, but didn't seem to deter Steph too much.
129.
It's a great score herself.
I think the positioning of Steph Clarke tonight's quite a handy place for her. Coming on in game number 4, being the last one to go to the stage, you've seen everyone go up there already, and from what we've
62.
seen so far, we've not seen anyone other than that last game from Laura Turner go up there and really play their best yet. And when you're sort of first on, you feel you've got to set the bar. You feel
34.
like you've got to go up there and really produce something and put on the show and sort of set the feel for the night. And when it's not been people at the top of their game, you can sort of settle into it a little bit more. You can go, oh, well, I can go up there and steal the show now.
Yeah, playing first is always a nervy one, and like you say, it's the first game of the
85.
night, and
Well,
it
you
sort of like
can't
sets the
win
tone for the rest of the evening. So, but then going on last sometimes can, you know, if everybody's performed really well and you see them beforehand
100.
doing
Save your
that,
car,
then it
154.
can be pressure as well. Thinking, I hope I do the same.
69. Lorraine, your car,
Well, Lorraine will be
38.
hoping not to do the same as when she was on the stage losing 3-2 to Viinikainen. And that was the doubles being the troubles. 2 from 18. And that could be really tricky here for Lorraine to find a way through.
Save your car, 85.
You could see there, almost had to float the dart to try and get it just to sit on top of those two. Not an ideal angle of entry. 15 here for Clarke. Leaves her a dart at tops. An opportunity to break
65.
in the
Lorraine, your
opening
car,
leg.
38.
But Lorraine Winstanley will be concerned about the doubles now. 21 darts on the night and only found 2 successful.
I was wondering whether she was going to split that actually.
22. Save your car,
Go
20.
for the 6 maybe for a first dart, but decides not to. So double 10 now for Steph. For a breaker
Into
throw.
the first leg, Steph Clarke.
She manages it.
What settles you down the
leg
most
section
when you're in
through
these sort of
first.
scenarios is the doubles. When you know you're hitting those, you know you can get out at the back ends of legs. And as we mentioned, Lorraine Winstanley
60.
already been on the stage and played, so sort of Steph Clarke's got 2 opportunities here tonight as well due to her placing. She wins this game, then Lorraine Winstanley's lost both of her matches, which will give Steph Clarke a pass through to
81.
the semi-finals with a game in hand. Or if she is to lose this game, she'll still have the opportunity against Viinikainen. So if we are looking at where the pressure
100.
lies, it is firmly on the shoulders of Lorraine Winstanley.
Yes, it is indeed. It's a must-win situation for Lorraine.
60.
And panic may set in early here because it's not a long format. She's lost a throw. She doesn't have time to get that back. And
48.
you'll know what it's like, Trina. When you start missing doubles, it becomes very contagious and infectious, and it's very hard to get that out of your system.
It's very frustrating as well, and yeah, it's
81.
sometimes you wonder how can I do it 1 minute and not the next? It's very frustrating, and yeah, them doubts can creep in, and the more you miss,
140.
the harder it gets.
And you even don't find positivity in the success. I mean, where Lorraine is at the moment, she had 23 darts at a double tonight and only found 2. Even when she hits a double, the mind almost goes to,
140.
well, where's that been?
Semicar,
You don't even take it
153.
as a positive.
No, it's kind of like, well, about time. You know, about time I hit a double.
45. Lorraine, your car, 139.
It's a sigh of relief.
Should be hoping for one here in this leg. Steph Clarke's left it a little bit of work to do.
43. Save your car,
But it
108.
is just one treble.
$38.
Doesn't
your
bring
car,
it down
96.
too much either. Just trying to take a few deep breaths, trying to stay in control of the heart rate there, Steph Clarke. But she'll like what she sees. That will certainly
21. Save your
help
car,
her relax
70.
into this game and try and book her place in the semi-finals. She couldn't believe she's even in finals night. She may go a step further.
50. Viinikainen 75.
So can Lorraine take this out to level the match? It's double 12.
63.
Can't find it.
Viinikainen 20.
So Steph with the opportunity now to take this 20 out to go 2-0 up. Takes it with a first start.
Steph Clarke.
And that really puts Lorraine under the cosh now.
Game on.
It's a must-win game for Lorraine. She finds herself 2-0 down.
Steph Clarke came to the Super Series for the first time on Monday. Said she felt out of place. She lost all 5 games. Tuesday, improved performance, picked up 2 wins. Wednesday, backed up the 2 wins with 2 wins again. Went into Thursday's Group C campaign. All eyes was on the younger players, Paige Pauling, the World Championship runner-up Sophie McKinley. Steph Clarke picked up 4 wins out of her 5 matches. And on Friday, the first 3 matches was all wins for Steph Clarke, which guaranteed her passage into Saturday night's finale here, where it's another big step forward for her, and she may be taking another one. She is 1 leg away from guaranteeing a place in the semi-finals. But one thing we know about Lorraine Winstanley is she's got resistance. She's been in this position many times over the last couple of nights. Twice against Laura Turner, and was able to turn it around. So she cannot be discounted, despite the fact she needs to be perfect from here.
35. $100. 85.
Although it's not really happened for Steph here, this is a bit of a freebie. Lorraine Winstanley throwing first. It's just a bonus when you break, when you've already got that break on the board.
42.
She needs to try and keep close order here, because Lorraine Winstanley 0 from 7 in this game on the doubles. Those doubts, those demons may be awakening in the mind of Lorraine Winstanley.
72.
So 20 now. Tops to take this leg, the third leg, and finds it there.
Lorraine Winstanley.
Bit of relief there for Lorraine. But she's still got a break throw.
Game on.
In this leg as Steph comes to the hockey to take
100.
the opportunity, hopefully, for her with a 3-1 victory, but time will tell.
You do tend to find when you've been missing a lot of doubles, it's the combination shots that get you out of trouble, isn't
100.
it? And you tend to find that's because you're focusing on the whole shot rather than just on the double itself, and the process is ultimately a little bit wandered. We did just see that sign in the crowd, though. The support for Steph Clarke suggesting the 180 guru, and she nearly found one there.
140.
Well, Lorraine up in her game here. She knows she has to.
81.
The back's against the wall and she's coming out swinging, just like she did in a Group B campaign. Never to be written off. Demonstrating all those qualities that she probably advises the younger players she works with
60.
on a daily basis.
Well, she needed the treble there with the last start, but couldn't find it. Steph just looking to leave this quite handy,
25.
but makes a bit of a mare of it, to be fair.
Wayward and an opportunity for Lorraine. She's kept close order, just hoping that mistake, that slip comes, and the opportunity has presented itself
41.
here. And that was an unfortunate one there, just catching the equipment on the way in. Unable to capitalise.
87. Viinikainen 160.
So Lorraine getting the opportunity here. For 160. It's on. Can't be done now.
100. Steph, your car 68.
68 here now for Steph. Bullseye for a 3-1 victory.
23. Lorraine, your car 60.
20 now. Tops for Lorraine to level the match.
40.
Can't find it.
Steph, your car 45.
Steph Clarke would have been dreaming of this moment when she woke up this morning. An opportunity to book herself into the semi-finals. Double 18.
10.
And that
Lorraine, your car
was
20.
a bit edgy. You could tell how the dart has just kicked in at a different angle to the others, that it wasn't released very well. Just rolling against the thumb. But this is where Lorraine's been struggling tonight on the outer ring.
Game show
Save the best for last.
Winstanley.
And she is with the possibility here of
It's a
turning
final
it round
Lorraine
again.
through first. Game on.
She doesn't like doing things the easy way, does she, Lorraine Winstanley?
So it seems. She's making it hard for herself. But she's really putting the pressure on now.
180.
A cracking 180 there. The timing of that is just brilliant.
83.
Second maximum of the game there as well for Lorraine Winstanley, showing her class and her quality here, and also her fighting qualities. We spoke about the 9-dart shootout possibility. It's very
43.
rare here at the Super Series, but one thing that's never happened is double 9-dart shootouts. And we could be on for the possibility here of both groups going to the 9-dart shootout if Lorraine Winstanley's to win this one 3-2.
Exciting stuff here.
140.
Well, Lorraine clearly in command here in this leg.
60. Lorraine, your car 138.
This would be some comeback.
She's got time. Time that she's earned.
41.
180 and a 140 in a deciding leg. Gives you that luxury at the back end of legs, and Steph Clarke needs a treble here just to get down to a finish. Not going to do so, so still 6 starts for Lorraine Winstanley, but a much easier task.
So tops now. Double 10 for a 3-2 victory.
87.
She's been struggling on her doubles, to be fair, but her scoring's been brilliant in this leg, but her doubles
58.
clearly an issue.
10.
An area of the board I don't know if any player really enjoys the double 5. There's risk for that reason. Double 2 for the match.
6.
So you'll have a look
Steph
over to the
Clarke,
scoreboard, see
140.
Steph Clarke on 140 and be hoping for another opportunity here. Steph Clarke needs a couple of trebles, can't find it with the opener, so Winstanley, another
100.
chance to get the job done, but
Lorraine,
only
your
2
car
from
4.
17 here, Lorraine. Needs to take a deep breath. Madhouse. One more shot, one more opportunity. And she seals it. A big, big last start there for Lorraine Winstanley, who's done it again. She was 2-0 down. It's been the story for Lorraine, but that shows why she is a champion. The 2017 World Masters champion turns that around against Steph Clarke, who's still got work to do if she wants to book her place into the semi-final. She'll be back later on against Viinikainen, where Lorraine Winstanley will be a very interesting bystander. She's not eliminated. She's in. The worst case for Lorraine is a 9-dart shootout. We'll come back to that game because there's a lot of permutations coming up next when Laura Turner takes on Gemma Hayter.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. and you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where the Women's Week Finals night is, well, it's getting very, very interesting because so far tonight, well, you can see a pattern here, can't you? In Group 1, both players who threw second won 3-1, and in Group 2, both players who threw first won 3-2. And that, of course, means that if the pattern continues, then we would have a 9-dart shootout in both groups. Next up, we are going to get the closing group stage game from that first group, and it features the favourite to win tonight, Gemma Hayter. Now, Hayter here against Laura Turner has to win 3-1 just to force a 9-dart shootout. If she manages to win 3-0, she'll be through, and Laura Turner will be eliminated. Laura Turner needs a couple of legs to qualify herself. As mentioned, a 3-1 defeat would result in that 9-dart shootout with a 2 on stage now and Vicky Pruim. So Turner has got a nice little bit of insurance in this game. Can Hayter turn it around, or will it be decided in the most dramatic fashion? Let's find out with Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar.
It's not been the week for favourites, has it, here at the Super Series? When we take a look at the Group B and Group C campaigns, Sophie McKinley, the runner-up in the Girls' World Championship and in the Women's World Championship this year at Lakeside, was the favourite to win Group C, and she didn't make it through to Saturday, not making it from the top 2 of the 6 places in that group. Lisa Ashton was the favourite in the Group B campaign, the odds-on favourite to win the group, didn't make the top 3 out of the 5 possibilities. Gemma Hayter, the big favourite tonight, and she's got her back to the wall.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg of order to throw first. Game on.
Not only that, she's going to have to find a breaker throw in the short format against a high-performing Laura Turner. 87.94 in that opening game for Laura Turner. Was very composed and very clinical.
43.
Yeah, if Laura plays like she did in the first game here, then Gemma's got a tough task on her hands.
45.
I think the positive for Laura Turner as well is she went up against a player in Vicky Pruim, who also produced a good performance, 81.22, hit a 180 in there as well. So it wasn't like she just went up there and had no resistance and you're sort of worried about being hit back, because she was hit back quite a lot there from Vicky and just kept raising the levels.
Yeah, it was a great performance by both players
81.
that match. So, like you say, she was pushed and, you know, she performed really well.
I think I'm going to go as far as saying the last couple of days, this is some of the best and certainly the most consistent darts we have seen from Laura Turner.
I'd agree with that.
60.
Yeah, I've seen her play on the women's series, and yeah, I've been impressed with her over the last couple of days. It seems her game's in a good place.
45.
She's always played in glimpses, hasn't she? She's always had the ingredients, but not gelled it together the way she has over the last few nights. She's like a bricklayer
60.
turning up with a load of bricks, but forgetting the mortar.
Well, that's some description. Wouldn't have quite put it like that myself, but you know.
Well, she's got the mortar this week, hasn't she? She's putting it together.
So it seems.
121.
Could this be a max? It's not quite.
111.
But needed that big visit to contend with Laura here. So treble 17 would have left tops.
46. Gemma Hayter, 130.
Misses the big 20.
$76. Winstanley, 65.
You could have made an argument there just to move across to get away from the flight there. Gemma Hayter just eyeing up the treble 20. You can sometimes get those magpie eyes where it sort of lights up. Beautiful use of the dart there in the barrel. Laura Turner gets the leg on the board.
Second leg, Gemma to throw first.
Gemma Hayter is in trouble.
$45.
She does seem to be labouring that shoulder a little bit. It's clearly mithering her somewhat.
100. $81.
So just crunching the numbers and the possibilities, of which tonight there is going to be so many, even in our Group 2 campaign. We've got 2 results of 3-2 and we're going to have the same possibilities there. Gemma Hayter cannot afford to lose another leg. If Gemma Hayter loses one more leg, she cannot qualify and this group will 55. Be done.
This group is so tight. Laura's just storming away.
140.
This isn't that Gemma Hayter's playing bad and Laura Turner's cashing in on the mistakes. This is Laura Turner is playing a quality game of darts.
Yeah, she's continuing where she left off from the previous game.
100.
Brings it down after 12 darts. Continuing this attack on the treble 20. Average around the mid-80s. Which, as you say, a continuation of the last game where she averaged a fraction under 88. This is to eliminate Gemma Hayter.
$68. Gemma Hayter, 170.
2 darts to take Gemma Hayter out the equation. She will get more in this leg.
100.
Finds a treble there with the last dart, but is it going to be enough? Is she going to return?
Game shot on the second leg. Laura Turner.
And that's it. It's over for the favourite.
Third leg Laura to throw
Gemma
first.
Hayter.
Game on.
Big favourite to win the week. Certainly when Lisa Ashton was dispatched in Group B. All eyes moved to Gemma Hayter, but there will be no more eyes on her from the semi-final stage. She is eliminated. And judged by that reaction, you think that she knows that is the case as well. Beneficiary of that, Vicky Pruim, sat in the back room. She also goes through to the semi-final alongside Laura Turner. But another favourite casualty. And now, it's probably even more wide open than ever.
Well, we said at the beginning of the show that anything can happen tonight with this format. And it has. Like you say, the favourite's out, and it's not gone to plan for Gemma at all.
$82.
Does make you wonder if it's maybe just a bit too much for Gemma Hayter at this period of time. We know she's struggled with a repetitive strain injury, which she's had to, even in the middle of this week, 24. Go get some physio and go get some treatment. She's got time before the Women's Series comes around. That will be her next big target. That one coming up on the 15th and 16th of February. So she's got a good month now to go get herself ready and try and make sure that she can ensure her place in the Women's World Match Play. The big showcase piece of PDC Ladies Darts. She'll also be hoping to be up there in the order of merit, challenging for those World Championship spots. Chance to get into the Alexandra Palace. Chance to get into the Grand Slam of Darts, all available by the order of merit, of which last year she finished 6th.
51.
So, lots of positivity for Gemma Hayter, and she's almost just got to look at this and say, well, 1 week, 1 night doesn't define your season. It's not started 2025 the way she'd have wanted, but
100.
a year's a long time. A month's a long time. She's got plenty of time to get herself ready for her next challenge, which won't be tonight's semi-finals.
40.
No, she'll just be looking now to get herself right and concentrate on the future. That's all you can do. You know, it's one of them things, and you know, dart players do get injuries.
140. Gemma 128.
I suppose that's the bonus now as well, isn't it? Because there are lots of opportunities to continue to play top level and competitive darts. Bullseye.
85.
Would have put a leg on the board there for Gemma Hayter.
103.
You don't have to sit around and wait a year now for an opportunity to present itself.
$71. Gemma 43.
No opportunities are presenting themselves to Laura. She is taking them. She is making her own, carving out her own path tonight.
Game shot the third leg. Gemma Hayter.
Gemma will just be wondering why that's came a little bit too late.
Potential through first. Game on.
Home crowd, we call it an advantage, but can be a disadvantage as well. We've seen at times people like Adam Lipscomb, who just wanted to get through to Saturday night, got all the locals in, got all the support, but ultimately found it to be more pressurised.
Yeah, it can, because you don't want to let people down. You know, the people that have travelled, even though it's around the corner, they've still come out to see you.
125.
And, you know, you don't want to let people down, so it can give added pressure as well.
134.
Gemma seeming to come in light now, but unfortunately, it's a bit too late.
$60.
She may still have the opportunity, of course, to win this match.
This is one of those scenarios there, isn't it, where the good darts will be frustrating.
45.
Wondering why it didn't come just 5 minutes earlier. I think the concern here for Laura Turner, though, would be, despite all the good things
36.
she's done, she has looked a little vulnerable at crossing the line. She's been 2-0 up on multiple occasions. She could have won every single game in her Group B campaign,
16.
but squandered a couple of 2-0 leads. Something she did allude to in her interview earlier on this evening, so it's something she's aware of as well. And as the intensity goes up, as the prize money goes up, as that title gets closer
60.
in sight, when it's no longer on the horizon and it's within touching distance, does that story start to play its part?
54.
Well, Gemma well in command in this leg. Laura finding the much needed treble there.
100. Gemma Hayter, 68.
Gemma coming back for this 68. 48 left. So double 16.
36. Laura Hayter,
This would be some way to
120.
seal the deal for Laura Turner. Straight up the 20 corridor.
Finds the big one though instead. So Gemma coming back for that 32.
40.
To level the
Gemma
match.
Hayter, 32.
It's double 8 now. Can't
16.
find it.
Laura Hayter, 80.
The dart's just kicking there as well, over to the right-hand side. Felt like a bit of a benefit there that she hit the big 16. Single for tops. For the match.
Game shot of the match.
Laura Turner continues to be the ultimate underdog here. She was 20-1 to win a Group B campaign. She got through that with no problems. She was the biggest outsider of them all, but she has just eliminated the favourite, Gemma Hayter. That's a story we've been saying quite a lot throughout this campaign. Laura Turner, 3-1 victory. She's through to the semi-finals. She takes with her Vicky Pruim. There's your stats. Just around the 75 average there for Laura Turner. I mean, she's running tonight over the 80 mark. She's going to be a danger, and she could be the ultimate underdog story. But what's the story going to be in Group 2? It could be anything. Steph Clarke takes on Viinikainen.
Oh, baby!
You thought it was in that you could have given it to me?
I did with Taylor.
Where's Russ when you need him?
Gibraltar revisited. Right, come here, Russ. Let's put a bit of daylight between us. Bigger daylight.
I bet you want me to get this, Paul, don't you? I bet you really want me to get this.
Matthew Edgar has gone for the bullseye on 92. Please tell me, why have you gone this way?
Bit of safety.
Is that the correct way to go? His next dart would be 17 or treble 17. If he hits the single 17, he's saying he guarantees himself a dart at the ball. It's not quite guaranteed, but the percentage chances of him getting a dart at the ball is quite high. Now, the alternative is going for the treble, so Matt's on 92. Raymond van Barneveld, I believe, was one of the first players to go the treble 20. His basically reasoning was, as a professional dart player, he backs himself with 2 darts being that good to hit a treble. If they don't hit it and they hit a single 20, this is where the next bit of dilemma comes in. Back in the day, they would have probably gone on for the treble again, okay? Nowadays, we don't really see that very often. The next shot with 72 left, 8, maybe 9 times out of 10 is 2 double 18s. I mean, look at the size of the double segment. This is another fact that it's big. The bullseye's tiny. That's the thing, isn't it? I think to myself, I would personally, if you're a good dart player, I think go the single 2 doubles. And then next thing you know, someone's gone the 25 route and I find myself calling game shot. Which route would you do on the 91s, the 92s, the 93s, the 94s? Should you go for it? Or should you lay up? Your opponent's on 212 points. This is a World Championship semi-final. The fans out there, they're all against you. You need something to get them on your side, perhaps. What would you do? Genuinely, what would you do in this situation?
I'll be going for it. Got to go for the bullseye.
And what's your reason behind that? Why would you do that?
Just got to believe in yourself. Give yourself a little bit of a G up. If you hit it, it's going to look incredible. And if you don't, then you've got time to sort it out.
Me, as somebody who likes me mathematics, I would probably say do the sensible thing, lay up. This is a World Championship semi-final. Jared, he wants to get the crowd behind him. So there's two options. You might be on 170 thinking about whether to go for it. Your opponent is also on 170 and you're thinking to yourself, he's a great dart player, he's in the World Championship semi-final. Is he really going to take out 170 under this pressure in this occasion? Probably not. So you decide to lay up. Now, we've seen examples of that in the past. I think Mensur Sulovic famously took out 161, I believe it was, against Van Gerwen when he chose to lay up. This happens quite a lot. Most of the time, your opponent's not taking out that 170 when they come back. So laying up probably is the best thing to do, but sometimes it backfires and then, well, fair play. Darts maths!
Welcome back to finals night at Women's Week 2, live at the Modus Super Series on Pluto TV. And we now have a couple of semi-finalists. Laura Turner with that 3-1 victory over Gemma Hayter, won Group 1 and booked her spot in the first semi-final. Vicky Pruim will play in the second. She went down to Laura Turner as well, but she beat Gemma Hayter, the favourite, losing twice in Group 1. Viinikainen and Winstanley both have a 3-2 victory to their names in Group 2, and Viinikainen is back in action next against Steph Clarke. And if Clarke wins this game 3-2, then this group will be determined by a 9-dart shootout. That was one of the possibilities going into the last game of Group 1. But a last leg decider here going in the favour of Clarke would result in that 9-dart shootout where all three players would return to the stage, throw 9 darts, and the highest 2 scores would progress. Other than that, the winner goes through. So all other outcomes, just straight darts. Winner goes through to the semi-finals, and guiding you through the action, it is back to Trina and Matt.
Well, I hope you got all of that. I've had to get my pen and paper out to try and make a note of all of those different possibilities, and I'm still none the wiser. A minefield of possibilities tonight. Viinikainen, it's very simple for her. She's already picked up the points. She's already got the win. Steph Clarke was 2-0 up against Lorraine Winstanley. She could have got the job done on that occasion, but Lorraine Winstanley, as she has done many times already, able to turn that one around against Steph. And Steph Clarke now with more work to do. Lorraine Winstanley gets the easy task. She gets to sit in the back room, watch on and see all the permutations arise, knowing she's got that guarantee of at least a 9-dart shootout.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Steph through first. Game on.
Vicky Pruim is in. Laura Turner is in. 2 more spaces available.
32.
And 3 players to go. One thing you'll get, though, with Viinikainen here and the slightly more methodical style of which she presents is it can just lend itself to a little bit more composure at times. She's going to need to find a bit of quality here because Steph Clarke stepped it up tonight, producing some of her best darts of the week.
36.
Statistically, her best performance of the week came in game number 4. That on Thursday when she was on a winning run. But on that occasion, she didn't have her support in. Tonight, she got plenty of it.
125. $58.
Well, Steph leaves us out for shot, although it being a big one.
I just thought of a very non-darts related question there. We saw that sign Steph Clarke, and we saw the #TheSwan. And I always call it hashtag now, but what was it? Like, what was that symbol even used for before the hashtag? It's...
I have no idea. It's a very good question, actually.
Noughts and crosses, that's what it's used for.
I'm going for the treble 17 there, but picks out the treble 6. Treble 2. So Kirsty will be coming back.
Kirsty car 69.
This 69.
Shot still on. 16 for the ball. Treble would be the bonus. Couldn't even find a single 16.
So just taking her time here.
65.
All of that just builds tension as well. It just keeps Steph Clarke stood at the back of the stage waiting for longer. Madhouse double 1.
Getting shot on the first leg, Steph Clarke.
Well, Steph finds it there.
Second leg, Kirsty to throw first.
Double 1. The Madhouse.
Good hit, a good find there as well from Steph Clarke. Double 1's always one of those sort of edgy doubles because it's got to be high or in. And one of the things that Steph's kind of been a little bit
55.
Guilty of this evening is just pulling the darts a little bit low on those sort of high doubles.
You should be happy to hold her throw on that leg.
85.
You don't mind any double when it goes
45.
in.
Oh no, absolutely. It's actually a topic I've been talking about a little bit recently, actually. Do people like the double breakdown or do they like the positioning of the doubles on the board? For example, if you move 1 where double 16 is, do people no longer hate double 1?
123.
That's a good point.
Could make some interesting bonus content, couldn't
42.
it? Strong leg though, this from Viinikainen. And this is what will sort of worry Steph Clarke, because when she's been good, she's been brilliant, but when she's not been on it, she's been spraying the darts around, missing
24.
the line on the 20s, which is just giving a big gap. And the issue you've got is you're then fearful of when it's going to come. You're unsure which version you're going to get when you approach the hockey.
Yeah, Steph had the opportunity there of putting in a big score to gain some ground.
45.
But unfortunately, didn't put in a very good score herself.
60. Kirsty car 118.
Plenty of time on the side here.
$94.
So she finds the treble 18 with the last start to leave a 24. Steph way back on 275, so looks like she'll get
60.
6 starts at this.
24.
But she'll be hoping to get it with 1, of course. If not for the confidence bill, but pulls it into the 9 there. So leaving 15. Oh, and she hits the
No
double
score.
7, so busts the score. She won't worry too much, though.
Yeah, it'll be frustrating, but it's not going to harm her prospects in this leg. She goes back to the double she's left there, double 12, because Steph Clarke
Kirsty
unable
car
to
24.
land a blow from 2-1-5. Steph Clarke's attention's probably already moved to the next leg. She'll be expecting Viinikainen to take this. And she does. No problems that time. We're level once again.
The next Steph to throw first. Game on. $125.
Steph Clarke had the advantage of throw in this game. And if her plan was literally just to hold the darts, she's doing well, playing strong on the throw.
85.
She actually kicked off with a maximum in the opening leg. And again, looking good and solid with the darts.
81.
Well, there's so much to digest there, isn't there? But one thing I did pick out there was my name. I was on that sign.
123.
Looks like someone's beat Chizzy as well, doesn't it? Someone won Chizzy 0.
58.
Jobby. The Farringdon Darts Academy there. The JDC in the house. Big shout out to you guys. Hope you're all well.
81.
Is sort of the changing of the game as well, isn't it? Darts academies and more youth getting involved, and we're really seeing some of the benefits of that both in the male and female game. Some of it we've seen this week.
Yeah, there's a lot more opportunities now for the youth coming through.
140.
And obviously, they're all loving their darts after Luke Littler's achievements.
60.
Premier League champion, world champion now, Luke Littler. Going into his second year as a professional dart player, as a millionaire.
He's not done bad, has he?
The changing face of the sport, isn't it?
So tops now.
42.
Sneaks into the double 5.
137.
She'll like the positions he's in here, though. Steph Clarke's going to need 2 trebles, unable to find it. Viinikainen's going to get another opportunity now. 41. But this is for a breaker throw and to put herself in control.
Do you think she'll go for it, or do you think she'll split?
I think she's going to go for it in this scenario. She's having a look. She's having a ponder. Seeing where Steph Clarke is in relation to the leg. Double 12.
Well, she hit it in the last leg, so why not?
Game shot the third
It was the right choice to split. So she goes ahead. 2 legs to 1.
4-5 Kersey to throw first. Game on.
And that was a break of throw as well. So Kersey in control here.
And one thing we know for sure in this group is we're not going to get the 9 dart shootout. So at one point,
60.
We thought we may have got 2. We are none the wiser in regards to
60.
The semi-final lineup, but working out the numbers, we can still get the 9 dart shootout, can't we? A 3-2 scoreline would ensure players would be back on the stage. 9 darts apiece, highest score goes through.
$41.
Plenty of darts to be thrown before then, and Viinikainen throwing them very well. 6 darts thrown, she's got a 60-point advantage on the scoreboard, plus what is in her hand. She is making a move that would eliminate Steph Clarke from proceedings and would take Lorraine Winstanley through. A possibility that looked an impossibility about half an hour ago when Steph Clarke was 2-0 up against Lorraine, having matched darts to eliminate her.
'83.
Steph needs a max here to give her any sort of chance to get back into the game, but can't find any trouble at all. So needed the treble 20 there.
140.
Leaves it handy.
Well, an interesting leave, isn't it? A lot of the time we see people opt to stay away from the double 9. We saw Chris
81. Kursuka 18.
opt to come away from the double 15. Could we see a split here again?
She has split. Hits a 10, so double 4 for the match. Double 2 now.
14.
Can't find it, but she's got time on her side.
The urgency button may need to be pressed. A massive find there from Steph Clarke to pile the pressure on this shot for Viinikainen, who is a dart away from the semi-final. Madhouse.
Game shot of the match.
And what a dart, what a find that is for Viinikainen. She has booked her way through to the semi-final. Steph Clarke here on debut has acquitted herself so well. She's got stronger as the week has gone on. She has been a great asset to Women's Week 2. But she departs the stage, she departs the tournament, and it is Viinikainen and Lorraine Winstanley who will move through to the semi-finals.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity infantry events.
Has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking Britain! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what. 127 game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Well, here's what's happened so far at the Women's Week 2 finals night. At Group 1, a real shock. Gemma Hayter losing both of her games 3-1. Laura Turner topping that group. Vicky Pruim going through with her. And in Group 2, Kirsty Viinikainen winning both matches. And Lorraine Winstanley, by virtue of getting the better of Steph Clarke, will have that rematch with Laura Turner in the semi-finals. Joining me are our commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver. Trina, you guys have said it in commentary. This week is amongst the best we've seen Laura Turner play.
Yes, absolutely. You know, and she's growing in confidence every game she plays, and she's playing really, really well.
Yeah, Matt, you said earlier in the week that she seemed to grow in confidence from hitting one finish at the end of her first match, and she's just clung on to that and just carried on getting better and better.
It was that combination, 76 I believe it was, and when you're taking out one of those sort of combination finishers, one dart in hand, it does build confidence. You know you can take them out. You need to see that from a board. Certainly at this time of year, when we're starting a new year, players maybe not spending as much time on the practice board over Christmas, but with that you can come back and almost feel renewed. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to use refreshed, but like you come back to it and you feel very different about things. It feels a little bit more, well, anything could happen. And it really can for Laura Turner this year if she continues the way she is, because not only is she hitting big things, but she's doing well under pressure. It's almost like pressure's not affecting her at the moment, something we know she's struggled with in the past, and she's really turned a corner and looking very, very good. Could be the big story because she's the biggest outsider of the lot tonight.
Has she been the best player tonight, Laura Turner?
Without a doubt, I think. Yes, without a doubt. She had I think it was an 87 in her first game, and followed by a 74. So she's playing consistent, and I think she's the player to beat at the moment.
Yeah, that group was blown wide open when Gemma Hayter lost her first match. That could have put more pressure on Laura, couldn't it? Because she'd have felt, well, Vicky's won now. I'm going to have to probably beat Gemma tonight. But she did. No trouble at all.
Well, on our assessment, and probably anyone you'd have asked in regards to the assessment, you'd have said that it would be Laura Turner and Vicky Pruim head-to-head would be the deciding factor. But Gemma Hayter lost that opening game, as you mentioned, piles the pressure on, because then you've almost got to try and do the same, and you're almost fearing a backlash from Gemma Hayter, who, not that she hasn't performed tonight, she's played well in patches, but just been outplayed. It's not a case that she's been poor. Her opponents have played well, and Laura Turner and Vicky Pruim, rightly so, through to the semi-finals.
Do you think that shoulder injury has come into it, or do you think that kind of does take away a little bit of the performances of her opponents?
I think that the shoulder injury has played a part, I do, but that's not taken anything away from their opponents, because their opponents have just outplayed her. But I think that she is really struggling with that shoulder.
If it didn't take anything away physically, it certainly did mentally. And you can see that in the performance. Someone who's struggled with a repetitive strain injury myself can fully vouch for the fact that sometimes it's not even the physical side. Sometimes you go into a tournament feeling fit and well and healthy and you feel good. But when you get into certain situations, the mind can't help but go to the fact that you don't feel 100%. You don't feel ready. You don't feel as prepared. You don't have as much to draw on. And it does affect you mentally as well as physically. And I think that was probably more tonight, because there didn't seem to be any physical distress, certainly in the throwing of the dart, but I think it mentally affected her.
Yeah, we see her at the end here missing the opportunity to stay in this match against Vicky. As for Vicky, Trina, it's going to be knockout darts for the rest of the night. One thing she's done this week successfully, a straight shootout yesterday, and then that victory in that match earlier tonight. She's won the key matches, hasn't she? She's done enough.
Yeah, she has. And, Vicky's been solid all week. She's been very consistent. And, she's a player to beat as well. She's been around a long time. She's got a lot of experience, and I'm sure she'll want to draw on that.
And she must be thinking, like everybody else, this could be my night.
I think we've kind of had that impression since this lineup was first announced. The second we saw the lineup, we thought, well, no Fallon, no Bo, everyone's going to fancy the chances. Then we lost Lisa. The intensity rises on that one. We've now lost Gemma. We've lost all the favourites. Sophie McKinley going out in Group C. She was the favourite to win that. She didn't get through the group. So now there's opportunity more than ever. And I think we had the assessment on Monday when we looked ahead to the week. And we said, this is a land of opportunity for someone to put a real good title on their CV. Now more than ever, because we don't have one of those people that have been winning those big titles in recent times. Massive opportunity now for all 4 players.
Kirsty Viinikainen, another player, will be hoping to take that opportunity. She's won both of her games as well. What's gone right for her tonight?
Well, she's struggled at times. She has struggled at times, but she's just managed to get over the line. And as you were saying earlier, she tends to play the player rather than the board. So, but she's made a few mistakes in picking off. Missing doubles and stuff, but she's doing all right. She's still one to contend.
What has she learnt about herself this week that she can take into the semis and potentially a final?
I don't think she would have learnt too much, and I don't think we've learnt too much about Viinikainen. She's exactly what we thought she was, a very big threat in every single game regarding who she's playing. She will play the level of the game. And one thing I've kind of been impressed with her about is the way in which she can compose herself in those sort of key moments. Yes, she's a little bit more methodical than the rest of the players in this group, but she uses that extra bit of time and sometimes even extends it when she's not feeling comfortable. One thing you'll never accuse Viinikainen of doing is throwing when she's not ready.
Game of the night might have been Lorraine Winstanley against Steph Clarke. Lorraine just getting over the line in that one. She certainly had that winning experience on big stage. Do you think now is the time for Lorraine to step it up a bit and get that title?
Well, she did very well against 2-0 down again. I think she wasn't she? And she says the back end of her game is stronger, and she proved it again tonight. She's that's what she's done, and she's making things difficult for herself, but she's managing to pull it off at the moment.
And she's made things difficult for herself in matches against the player that she's going to play in the semi-finals. Laura Turner has led Lorraine Winstanley 2-0 twice this week. She's aware of it. Both times Lorraine's hit back.
And not just against Laura, she's been doing it tonight as well. Sometimes when it's written in the stars, and if you believe in fate, then maybe you'd be thinking Lorraine Winstanley's going to go on to win this, because she's been in so many situations where she's been written off. 2-0 down to Steph Clarke. Steph Clarke had match darts, and that would have eliminated Lorraine Winstanley and made Steph Clarke and Viinikainen go through this group. However, Lorraine Winstanley digs deep once again. She finds a way to win. And she's found a way to kick on when she's been given a reprieve. That last leg, when it got to 2-2, she kicks up with a 180, finds a 140. So she's finding quality when she needs it the most. And I'm now going to have to switch allegiances, obviously, because my selection, Gemma Hayter's out. I'm now going to go with Lorraine Winstanley.
Trina, you've been in this situation many, many times, semi-finals and a potential final to play. What's kind of going through your mind now as a player? All your practice and everything is done. What's your approach at this stage?
Well, with it being such a short format, you've got to go out there. Great, have a good start. That's the essential thing. And if you get that good start, you've got to stay on top of it, because there's no room for error at all.
I've obviously played in the Super Series, and when you get to this point, even in a regular series, it's almost like the players have achieved. You know you're going to get a good payday. You know you've had a good run. You've got through to the semi-finals. And from this point, it almost becomes a bit free-rolling. And I think as much as there's an opportunity in front of them, I think all 4 players will find achievement in what they've done so far. And we may see it actually go up a level from here.
Yeah, we might. Let's just remind you of the semi-finals then. This is the order of play. Laura Turner going to take on Lorraine Winstanley in the first. Kirsty Viinikainen against Vicky Pruim in the second. If Laura Turner, Trina, finds herself in that position again, 2-0 up, I mean, I asked her the question myself, how's she going to get over the line? But it's a bit of a weird feeling, isn't it? Because you're almost there, but back of your mind, you're thinking, oh, no, not again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think she said earlier to you, didn't she, that she was going to push Lorraine off the stage.
Yeah.
So watch out front row. But but she won't want to go down, no. She'll be thinking, oh, no, not again. So she'll be looking to avoid that situation if she can.
And you spoke about kind of some differences earlier on tonight, so I'm really interested. I already know your answer, but share it with the viewers that maybe haven't watched us before. Playing friends, what's that like?
Whoever you ask, you'll get different answers. I love it. I absolutely love it, especially if like you're rooming with them or it's someone who's very close to you, because bragging rights are a thing, and you're messaging people on a regular basis. You might be in WhatsApp groups with them. So I absolutely love playing against a friend. I find it very comfortable, and I tend to actually make it work for me. It actually works. But I know some people absolutely hate it. They find it hard because although you're having the success, you don't take the full glory, because when you're up against somebody and you're taking your friend out of the competition. But for me, I'm more selfish than that.
You're just brutal.
Yeah, well, you've had that experience this week with Lisa Ashton, haven't you? What was it like going into those games?
Yeah, it's like Matt said, it's I'm not as brutal as him, by the way. No, it is difficult playing friends. You know, it's you try and play your own game, and you know what you know exactly their game, so you know you've got to be on top of your game as well. So, but it is difficult.
Well, friends are about to become foes. The first semi-final between Lorraine Winstanley and Laura Turner is about to get underway.
Game shot in the second leg. Laura Turner.
And that's it. One more shot, one more opportunity, and she seals it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge down here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series Women's Week 2, live on Pluto TV. We're now at the stage where it's our first semi-final. Would you please put your hands together and welcome to the stage Laura Turner and Lorraine Winstanley.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow.
Yeah, as we've just been saying, this pair are really close friends, actually practicing together before this event on some sort of online system, and both of them kind of said the practice wasn't going great, but they've played well here. Laura Turner in particular, perhaps playing some of the best starts we've seen from her in front of the cameras, but her nemesis has been her good pal, Lorraine Winstanley. Twice in 2 meetings this week, Laura Turner has got in front, 2 legs in front as well in a race to 3. But Lorraine has clawed it back and gone on to win both of those matches. And I can tell you as well, I asked Lorraine about this. She said it happens in practice quite a lot as well, so she still felt calm and comfortable. Can Laura Turner turn that around here and book her place in the final, or will Lorraine win again and go through to the big money match herself? This is the first of 2 semi-finals. Kirsty Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim waiting in the wings to follow this one. And Trina Gulliver and Matthew Edgar will talk you through it.
It's almost that situation really now for Laura Turner where she's going to not want to go 2-0 up, because she'll be aware of the narrative that we're spinning up here, because she'll sit up here on many Saturday nights doing exactly the same and trying to find that story. And it's a story she's well aware of. It's a story she told at the start of the evening. It's a story Lorraine has already told, and maybe they've had that conversation before coming out onto the stage.
First leg, Laura to throw first. Game on.
Well, like you say, with the situation being that Laura's been 2-0 up in previous matches, and Lorraine's come back. One, it will play on
95.
Gets to that situation again, it will play on Laura's mind. And Lorraine must be thinking, well, I've done it once. I've done it twice. Can I do it a third time?
64.
Sometimes when things like that happen, and it's happened quite a while ago, you don't tend to worry too much. But because it's happened so recently, it will feel so fresh for both players.
45.
But one thing with Laura Turner is I think she stepped it up again tonight. She really did step it up in a Group B campaign. And it's almost like she's found another level once again.
41.
Consistency around the treble. The Shrewsbury Darts Academy also in the house here tonight as well. They're looking for the hashtag 9darter. Has happened down there on that stage before. Fallon Sherrock, first female player to hit a 9darter on a televised stage. That is available on the Super Series YouTube channel for your viewing pleasure.
41.
An edgy start here from both players. Saying that.
140.
A smile on Laura's face there. She was hoping to fill that up.
What happened in the opening of this game for Lorraine Winstanley? We've talked about the importance of starting strong, but after 12 darts here, Lorraine Winstanley yet to put 200 points on the board.
85.
Gripped to the action.
$43. Loriuka 91. $51.
Leaves it handy.
$100. Loriuka 40.
So tops now for Laura to hold a throw. Find it with a third dart.
Laura Turner.
She'll be happy to get that one in.
Second leg, Lorraine to throw first.
And on the
Game
board she goes.
And to leave Lorraine not even on a finish, that'll be something that will feel very positive there for Laura Turner and just make her feel
82.
she's got a little bit in reserve. It's not just winning legs, it's how you win them.
$27.
Oh, very loose start there from Laura.
Just didn't get to the end of her action there. It was a very early release and without the proper propelling through the
81.
air.
Has a wry smile on her face.
I suppose at least it caught within the scoring section. Still got 6 points on the board. Who knows how vital they could be.
They very
60.
might just be.
$81.
Did appear to be quite a block target there for Lorraine. So that's somebody there who really understands how her equipment works and how to play around shots. That comes with the experience.
55.
She's got bags of it. 2017 she picked up the Women's World Masters title. She was the runner-up of the World Trophy in 2018 and 2019 was the runner-up of the World Championship for 3 consecutive years, played in one of the big major finals on the WDF code.
Well, you're saying about experience as well. People forget that Laura's been playing for a long
81.
time as well. You know, she was a youth player. Played England youth and England seniors, so she has heaps of experience too.
121.
So Lorraine in charge of this leg, way ahead.
60. Behind your car, 77.
$18 for tops.
37.
Bit of a flyer dart there for Lorraine Winstanley. If there has been a criticism of Lorraine Winstanley tonight, it has been on the doubles. 2 from 18 in a defeat to Viinikainen and 3 from 20.
41.
She turned around a 2-0 deficit to Steph Clarke.
Game shot on the second leg.
So Lorraine there, levels the match up.
Third leg loaded to third first.
All going to
Game
throw
on.
at the moment. So that's a change of pattern in their score lines.
Which will be something that Laura will probably be quite happy about, because that story can't be spun no more. That narrative is gone. It's not going to be, can she get over the line from a 2-0 position? It's a new story and a new journey from a player, like you mentioned, very experienced. Picked up her first big title in 2018, that being the British Classic, which is
100.
one of the hardest titles to win on the WDF circuit.
Yes, it is. It's a very hard tournament, that.
When you look at some of the titles she has won and some of the
45.
places she's played, I think she's enjoyed some of her journeys. Italian Grandmasters champion in 2019, Gibraltar in 2021. I wonder why she went there.
83.
Sunshine and beach.
Well, I remember years ago her representing the youth out in Malaysia, and she treated us to a song or two.
Hidden talent.
Oh, a very hidden talent. She's got a fantastic voice.
And yet she's never displayed it here at the Super Series. Well, there's one for some bonus content.
Well, put a karaoke on and I'm sure she'll get up. Wherever there's a karaoke, she will sing.
Oh, I don't know if she went to the Christmas party or not this year. Maybe she trekked the staff on that occasion.
100.
Got a few singers in the world of darts, haven't we? I know Mike Warburton likes to bellow a tune out from time to time.
Stephen Bunting.
76.
I've actually been reliably informed of the song of choice of Laura Turnham is actually a song used as a walk-on for William O'Connor when he played in the Premier League. Zombie.
85.
Great tune, that one.
$60. Lotto your car, 145. $41. Lotto your car, 122.
Lorraine will start on the 18s here. Finds that treble. So bullseye.
97. Lotto your car,
Fine effort and
104.
attempt there to break the thrower, Laura Turner. Laura Turner may opt to start on the same target. Instead, trying to stay on the treble 20, a target she's been throwing up for the whole game. So you understand the logic, but the
62.
application wasn't there. And Lorraine Winstanley
25.
now a chance to step in. 2 darts for 2 legs.
17. Lotto your car,
Lorraine really
42.
struggling on her doubles this evening. Giving Laura a chance at this 42. So double 16 now. Let's go 2-1 up. Double 8.
34.
Quite a
Lorraine,
way
your
off,
car,
really.
8.
So Lorraine steps up. Can she bounce off them barrels?
4.
Pulls
Lotto
it
your car,
inside.
8.
So yet again, giving Laura a chance.
The week has been dubbed the land of opportunity, the event of opportunity. Neither player able to take it.
Game shot on the third leg. Laura Turner.
Laura Turner holds on to her throw in the end. She's a leg away from the final. The biggest outsider of them all in Group B. The biggest outsider of them all this evening. But has 2 opportunities, 2 legs to book herself
100.
in the big match.
Will she be thinking now, though, of that 2-0, 2-1 lead? However, it's been 2-0 in the past, but it's still that bit of getting over the line, isn't it?
She'll just be praying for an opportunity, won't she? She'll be praying for a chance. That's all you want. You want the darts in the hand and an opportunity to check it out.
66.
But a big recovery, big last start there for Lorraine Winstanley, and for Laura, she'd have been getting encouraged seeing those first 2 darts.
$95.
I don't think I've ever seen a more composed version of Laura Turner at a dartboard.
60.
Reactive to play. Raising the levels when it's needed.
That's a nice start there. Finding it over the top
100
of her first start.
And who knows what this could do for Laura Turner. She came into it a little bit unsure of her form. She was the outsider, but if she was to make the final, who knows what it could do for her in 2025. But that is a big if, because Lorraine Winstanley will not lie down. We've seen that before. She's turned negative score lines around many times this week.
$26.
Doesn't manage there to put her in contention for this leg.
$60.
So way behind on 220, but a nice max here. Would have left her tops, but it's not to be this time. But she gets another treble. It's still putting the pressure on that 92, and she does. That's great darts there by Laura.
Great darts for the context of amazing timing. 79 left. Lorraine Winstanley needs to find a treble. Doesn't do so. If Laura Turner stays straight here,
52.
She's going to get a match start.
So treble 20 to start. Another big 20. So that's high dart. Can she get round it? Just taking her time. Making sure for tops.
60. Lorraine Yulkar, 40.
Just a little misgrip there, wasn't there? Just broke a rhythm and a stride. Lorraine Winstanley in must-hit territory. She's only going to get 1 dart. And that's going to be at double 16.
24.
And this is the moment that Laura Turner would have been hoping for. A chance to approach the hockey with 3 darts. 3 opportunities for a place in the final.
$10. Lorraine Yulkar, 16.
So Lorraine, given the chance here to take 16 out, and she does. So we have a level game.
Fifth and final leg, Laura to through first. Game on.
I think Lorraine Winstanley would be good in the Matrix. She is dodging the bullets this evening.
Laura giving her the opportunity in that leg.
100.
Starts off with a steady start of a ton.
I suppose if you're comfortable within yourself on the stage, you can always look at that last situation for Laura and say, well, that was against the darts. It's this leg that matters the most when Laura is throwing first.
Yeah, she just needs to make sure that she uses that advantage to her advantage.
81.
It slips with the last dart there into the 1. Picked out a treble.
43.
Oh, look.
Beautiful piece of merchandise right there. Available from all good car boot sales.
$45. $140.
Great darts there from Lorraine. That puts her in the lead in this this leg. Laura needs to find another treble.
85.
Finally in the balance here. Very little to separate the pair, as it has been throughout the entire week. Lorraine Winstanley first down to a finish. Laura Turner will be hoping to leave something a little bit more reasonable.
$81.
Finds a treble there with the last start. That was crucial to give her half a chance. And she will be coming back.
When we tell the story at the end of the game,
58.
That treble 20 last start in hand there for Laura Turner could be the key moment that puts her back in control of this leg. Will she get more match darts? She needs to find the treble. She does. Double 16 for the match.
85.
Flyer. And that is now 5 missed match darts for Laura Turner.
She go tops, tops. She's found one. Did she find the other?
61.
Oh, pulls it into the 1.
Volley car 24.
So Laura with another opportunity. It's 24 for a 3-2 victory.
She has had 5 match darts already. One more in hand.
21.
And she's had the chances, she's had her opportunities, Laura Turner, 8 match darts, but for some reason she cannot put Lorraine Winstanley away for a 3rd night in a row.
8 for the match.
31.
Oh, and they're both struggling.
Volley car 3.
I think this is where the friendship bit comes in. It's that little bit of getting over the line and the pressures of tonight. And so big one, tough dart. Finds it, but only just. It's a double 1. Finds it with a 3rd dart. She'll be great to get that victory over Lorraine. 3-2 victory there. Her first victory over Lorraine this week. And you can see how chuffed she is with that. Tricky game. It was 63.22 for Laura, and 66.61 for Lorraine Winstanley. 2 out of 14 for Lorraine. 3 out of 17 for Laura. So coming up, we have Vicky and Kirsty.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 AM on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 PM and 10 PM Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 PM on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker and Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot on the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with a
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Oki.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when it told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen, just when? When is it going to happen? It's been so long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now. Well, nail-biting, darting drama before the break, but Laura Turner finally crossed the line against Lorraine Winstanley, and she did it in a semi-final. Turner dancing through after that dramatic end to their showdown. She is the first player through to the final. All smiles in the end. Big embrace. Two good friends. It got a little bit nervy towards the end of that match, and that's probably why. But it's a 3-2 victory for Laura Turner against Lorraine Winstanley, and she will take on either Kirsty Viinikainen or Vicky Pruim, who are about to do battle in the second semi. Will it be the Finnish thrower or the Swedish slinger that gets the job done?
Takes it with a second dart. Double 10. Vicky to win this 3-1, and she does with a second dart.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge down here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series Women's Week 2, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our ladies' semi-final, the second one of the evening. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Kirsty Viinikainen and Vicky Pruim.
Well, what an opportunity for these players this evening. There have been shocks all throughout this week. Lisa Ashton not making it through to finals night at all, albeit suffering a little bit of illness. Gemma Hayter hampered by a shoulder problem, not getting through the group tonight. And Laura Turner, the outsider, both in her group and on finals night, has booked her place in the final. She's going to take on whoever wins this contest between Finland's Kirsi Viinikainen, who has played like her opponent at finals night before, but now looking to make it through to the final here. And her opponent, Vicky Pruim, the Swedish star, lives in Chester now, has got some support here with her as well. Can she pick up the title tonight? Laura Turner is waiting to find out who she will face in the final. And, well, Matthew Edgar and Trina Gulliver have had the difficult job of trying to predict anything this evening. I think they should stop that and just describe the action. All yours, guys.
I gave up trying to make predictions on this a long time ago.
First leg, Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
3 players left out of the 12 that came here to pick up this women's series title, and all the favourites are gone. And every time we change to a new favourite, they get eliminated. It's the Poison Chalice.
I think we should keep quiet, but great start there from Kirsty.
I agree. Just describe the action ahead of us, and this should be a
60.
very, very good game. 2 players that both started their campaign in Group A, so they've been here all week. They will be, no doubt, happy with a semi-final, but they will sense the opportunity to pick up a title here and really bolster their
60.
CVs.
$45.
They did go separate ways in the back end of the week. Vicky Pruim coming through Group C campaign, winning a head-to-head clash, a winner-takes-all match with the 16-year-old girls world champion Paige Pauling. Someone who acquitted herself very, very well here at the Super Series, and I'm sure
64.
we'll see more of in future women's weeks here at the Super Series. Viinikainen, she came through a Group B campaign.
60.
That was taking place over Thursday and Friday evening. Robin Byrne and Lisa Ashton, the 2 players that was the casualties of the Group B.
$59.
Kirsty saying earlier that
140.
she changed her dart, so she's only been playing with these for about a month. I needed the treble 18 there, but just slipped into the treble 4.
82.
But leaves a nice finish with Vicky not on one, so nice 180 here. Leave a cracking 16 finish, but
100. Kirsty Car 56.
Should be pretty happy with that.
Sort of the same situation that we was talking about with Gemma Hayter with the shoulder. That will be the same with Viinikainen here in regard to the changing of the darts. You just don't have that full trust, that full belief, that reliability in the equipment, but she's certainly building that here. She'd have made a change for a reason, and that's the thing you've always got to try and remember, that 95. You're looking for a couple of extra %, and she may be finding it. Certainly, if she picks up this title, she'll be very vindicated in the switch over to the new tungsten.
$100.
And Kirsty seems to be raising her game in this match.
60.
Vicky not quite finding that treble yet.
I think we just found someone doesn't like public displays of affection.
24.
That was Gemma Hayter, the favourite to win the week. She won Group A, came through to Saturday night, and it's
26.
just not worked out for her. She lost 3-1 to Vicky Pruim, who's on the stage right now. And also 3-1 to Laura Turner, who's going to be on the stage because she's booked her place into the final. Again, when we talk about players we'll probably see back here at the Super Series, Gemma Hayter's going to be high on that list.
36.
And I don't just mean in a women's week. Expect to see Gemma Hayter mixing it up in a regular series here once again. She did make a finals
85.
night.
$84.
Another shout out to Shrewsbury Darts Academy. The development of the sport. Academies, new systems,
55.
coaches, mentors.
Needs another treble.
100.
That'll do. She will come back for that 157.
26. Kirsty Car 157.
Vicky getting a little frustrated here. See it on her face. Not quite finding her usual form.
In this short format, you don't really have too many opportunities to make too many mistakes, and
41.
certainly when you're already up
Vicky Car
against the darts like she is
154.
here against Viinikainen, it makes this early holder throw vital. Really needs to find a big treble.
100.
Big dart,
Kirsty
big
Car
moment, big hit
160.
there for Vicky Pruim.
Certainly was. But this can easily go. She finds that first treble. Now then. Tops to take the second leg.
96. Vicky Car 54.
She was so good on her doubles in her Group B campaign, her Group C campaign, that she thought, why don't I hit two?
41. Kirsty
Could be
Car 20.
a fatal blow. Certainly if Viinikainen can ping this double 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Kirsty Viinikainen.
She finds it with her first start.
Third leg, Kirsty to throw first.
Vicky
Game
finding
on.
herself under pressure here. Kirsty with a 2-0 lead. And a breaker throw there.
No wiggle room left for Vicky Pruim. It's all or nothing. We have seen these sort of results turn
41.
around very much so over the last couple of days. We've seen it tonight as well. Lorraine Winstanley was 2-0 down to Steph Clarke in our fourth game of the
100.
evening. So it's not over yet. But Viinikainen will have two opportunities with the throw. That courtesy of having the darts in this one due to winning her group. And already getting that breaker
140.
throw. First big two power treble there for Viinikainen.
100.
The pace of the game here is for the players as well, very different. Vicky, a very fast thrower. And
43.
Kirsty, more precise and
that does play a really big
83.
part, because when you want to play quick, you're essentially trying to play with feel. But when you're playing against a more deliberate player, what you do lose is a little bit of rhythm.
$60. $60.
Not much of a dent made in it there from Vicky. And if Viinikainen can find a couple of big trebles here. Finds one with the
83.
last start. 3 well-thrown
Vicky O'Connell,
darts surrounding
158.
the treble 20, showing that composure, that release is on point right now.
44. Kirsty O'Connell, 134.
Can't find the treble with the first dart. So treble 18 now.
44. Vicky O'Connell, 114.
She'll stay at treble 18, or she may.
42. Kirsty
Go for
O'Connell,
the treble 20
90.
there. I couldn't see if it was blocked at all. To 20 now. The bullseye for the match.
65. Vicky O'Connell,
There's been some way
72.
to do it. There's always something special about a bullseye finish. But this could be a match-saving finish, a week-saving finish. Double 9, 1 dart left. Won't go, and
68.
Viinikainen
Kirsty
will be
O'Connell,
expecting
25.
2 darts here to book her place in the final. Double 4.
17.
Not found.
Vicky O'Connell,
A
4.
reprieve. Another opportunity. A second wind for Vicky.
Can she get it off the barrel?
2.
She can't.
Kirsty O'Connell,
So
8.
yet again, Kersey comes back to the board to try and seal this 3-0 win. Double 4. That's some way off. Can't find
No
it.
score. Vicky O'Connell, 2.
No room for error here. There's only one target that works for Vicky Pruim in this scenario. And it's
No
not
score.
that
Kirsty
one.
O'Connell,
Another opportunity now for Viinikainen to get over the line. The mismatched darts are adding up, and just taking a moment here, just trying to gather a little bit of composure.
No score.
But
Vicky
still,
O'Connell, 2.
no application from Viinikainen. The mind is wandering to what is about to be achieved.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Vicky
Vicky
Pruim.
managed to get a leg on the board. And will be the first to
Full
admit,
leg Vicky to throw first.
very lucky to take that leg.
Game on.
But she's broken the throw as well, and so she has the throw in this leg. It starts off great. Nice 140 there for Vicky.
She's got a massive smile across her face, as if she cannot believe what is going on right now.
She can't believe her luck.
Sometimes you do need a little bit of it.
Absolutely. And you're happy to take it when you need it.
Oh, absolutely.
When you're up there.
What goes around
100.
comes around. There'll always be a scenario where you miss a lot of match starts yourself, and kind of you feel it'll balance out somewhere along the way. But Viinikainen will be carrying on here and playing on ultimately with
55.
quite a lot of disappointment. She'll feel she should be in the back room preparing now for Laura Turner, who is awaiting in the wings in the final game.
45. $85. 95.
Vicky finding the treble 20 there with the last start. Putting her in control of this match. This leg, I should say.
60. Vicky O'Connell, 121. 97.
That's great darts. Sets herself up, 24. Kersey way back on 241, so technically speaking, she's going to hope that she doesn't have a mare on the doubles like she did in the previous leg and
45.
take
Vicky
this
O'Connor,
out.
24.
Yeah, beautiful leg this one from Vicky.
Game
A
show the
statement
fourth
leg,
Vicky
sending a
Pruim.
message there to Viinikainen. 17 darter leaving Viinikainen all the
This
way
is
back on
final leg, Kirsty to third
196.
first. Game on.
A bit of a momentum shifter, bit of a tide turner. Viinikainen will feel like she's throwing this one away.
Crucial for a good start in this leg, and she's doing it.
One of them, Foxy.
Yeah, excellent start there from Viinikainen. Just what the doctor ordered in that situation.
45.
Already gains a 100-point lead just on the opening 3.
Vicky there not putting any pressure on that shot either, so
60.
That's a good shot that from Viinikainen. She's done the damage with the 140, and essentially she's just got to keep the pressure on, and the minimum requirement is just keep the dart straight.
43.
Keep the dart straight, keep landing the 60s, and she should get opportunities. Keep it simple.
$41.
Just jumped a little there. Vicky Pruim on the release.
45.
A sign that she's just trying to force the issue.
yeah, she's struggling to find that treble in this leg.
$85.
Kersey way ahead in this leg.
100.
Vicky finds the first treble. But is it too late? She's got to keep going, obviously. And we'll be hoping now that Kersey makes a few mistakes.
She doesn't have to look too far back to be able to find some encouraging signs. Viinikainen should have won this game 3-0. She had plenty of
99.
opportunities and not been able to cross the line. And Vicky has just got to believe that that could happen again. Viinikainen 16% on the doubles in this game.
100. Kersey O'Connor,
No finish
76.
left here means Viinikainen is guaranteed 6 darts here at the 76. If she stays straight, she should be getting at least 4 more match darts. Good recovery, double 10.
66.
Now she's going to a very tricky territory here with the double 5. Vicky Pruim may be sensing a bit of hope.
41.
Well, she snatches her
Kersey
last
O'Connor,
dart there.
10.
Trying to force it through. Releasing the dart too late. So double 5. That's a great dart. That's a good dart too. Can she use them?
No score.
Not this
Vicky
time.
O'Connor, 127.
Well, what a way this would be to book your place in the final. With Paul Hinks on the microphone, the 127 will not go. But Viinikainen's missed doubles for this
63.
match are just adding
Kersey
up.
O'Connor, 10.
Can she finally get over the line?
Game
Finds it
show
with a
remarks,
first
Kersey
dart.
Viinikainen.
She goes into the final with a 3-2 victory over Vicky Pruim. 65-12 average for Kersey. 66 dead for Vicky. Vicky 2 out of 14 doubles. And 3 out of 17 for Kersey. 180 in there, Kersey as well. So Kersey goes through to the final. Coming up will be Laura Turner versus Kersey Viinikainen.
So the group stages are done, the semi-finals are over as well, and the final is set. And it's a bit of a surprise one, not just before this week, but maybe even before tonight. Laura Turner against Kirsi Viinikainen. They're about to do battle for the right to be crowned the Women's Week champion. Matthew, it's been a case of expect the unexpected, so it's going to be a difficult one to predict. But let's reflect on those semi-finals first. Little bit nervy towards the end for both winners.
Drama, wasn't it? I think that's the way to summarise that. Both had plenty of match darts and it took them a long time to get over the line. And I think it was because what was about to be achieved. Neither of them probably expected to be in the final. We saw last time Viinikainen was here what it meant to her to even get through to the Saturday night. Laura Turner didn't know what to expect from herself. She probably felt like she'd achieved to get here, then to get to the semi, and then a realistic opportunity presented itself to get in the final, and now a big chance to pick up a big title for a CV.
We had the conversation before the semi-finals about playing friends, and it seemed to be evident, you made the point in commentary, Trina, that towards the end of that match, it just seemed to get to both Laura and Lorraine a little bit.
Yeah, it was very edgy, and it started off edgy, to be fair. And but yeah, especially at the end, it was very edgy, and they were struggling.
You can kind of just see here, I mean, we've been talking about Laura Turner's confidence growing all week. You could almost see that it felt like the first moment where she thought this might not happen.
Yeah, you know, she's had a great week, and she's come a long way, and her confidence has grown. And playing a friend is always hard, and it's like, can I get over that line? And she finally did, and you can see she was quite happy about that, and didn't manage to push Lorraine off the stage whatsoever. Yeah,
that's what relief looks like in dance form, isn't it? Because that's what she must have been feeling at that point.
Absolutely, and a really great celebration there as well. Lorraine Winstanley embracing in that. Two really good friends. I've been informed Lorraine Winstanley even drove her to a county game today, which just sort of shows how much the two get on. And I think in that situation, Laura Turner wasn't just playing that game. She wasn't just playing the final. She was probably replaying that story. I said on commentary that Laura's been up here and you've got to find the story. What is the story of this match? And she would have known what the story was. Can she get over the line against Lorraine Winstanley? Because she's been in that position so many times. And then when you're on the stage and you're missing all those opportunities, doubt kicks in. You'll think, well, I know what they're saying upstairs. They'll be saying, can I actually beat this lady? And I'm not doing it. I can't get over the line. Lorraine Winstanley then had opportunities, and when she's had opportunities, until that moment, she's been taking all of them. So Laura Turner had to dig very, very deep. No one likes 3. It's probably the worst finish on a dartboard, and when she pulled that first dart low, she could easily have bust that one. So to have the composure then to take out the double 1 puts her in good stead, I think, going into the final game.
Well, she's probably built a profile these days, with the greatest respect, more as a commentator than a dart player. Now, obviously, you've got a big profile, but that's because of what you've done on the dartboard, 10-time world champion. Laura must feel like she's got something to prove, so that could be even more difficult to do what she's just done.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she's. The thing is, what I was saying earlier in commentary as well. You forget how experienced Laura is, because she started playing for England youth at the age of 14 or something like that. So, you know, and then she's played for England in the seniors. So she has got a lot of experience. But, you know, she's just lately, her darts hasn't been at the forefront, and commentating has been her forefront just lately. But for her to come here and perform like she has, she's done great.
Yeah, absolutely has. We're all really pleased for her. No bias here, of course, at the Modus Super Series. Kirsty Viinikainen, she just continues to find a way, doesn't she?
She does, and I thought maybe she ran out of opportunities there because she couldn't get over the line as well. And that's where I say that I think maybe the importance of what they're about to achieve. This is where experience comes into play, and they don't have experience in this scenario to sort of draw on. Yes, they've won titles, many titles around the world, but a lot of those don't have sort of the importance, haven't got the viewership. They're not on TV like we are here at the Super Series, and they'll know there's a lot of eyes on them. They know there's a lot of expectation. They're sort of flying the flag tonight for ladies darts, and essentially the story they're trying to say is, look, underneath Bo, underneath Lisa, underneath Fallon, there's a whole tour full of talent. And they're going to get an opportunity now and a good platform here to showcase what they can do.
Absolutely are. Right, the final is coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. But first, we're just going to break away and tell you what's coming up here next week at the Super Series. It's another special week, and it's another week that features Trina Gulliver. She's going to be back in Group C, and fittingly in a Legends Week as well. She's joined by Wes Newton and the 3-time world champion Martin Adams in that group. Chris Mason returning, hunting for a second title in Group B. Daryl Fitton and Vincent van der Voort on debut. And in Group A, Devon Peterson, the ADC Global Champ, Seniors Champion of Champions Richie Howson. But look at that name in the middle there. Debut for the former world champion Steve Beaton. Winding down, he said, in retirement, but he's going to be here 9:30 Monday morning throwing his darts. Robert Thornton, Neil Duff, Richie Burnett. Great lineup. I'm sure you'll be watching from home, Matt.
Absolutely. A couple of players I'm really interested in seeing there. Obviously, Chris Mason. He's got so much retained ability and he's been putting the work in. He's going to be dangerous. Vincent van der Voort and Steve Beaton just dropping off the Pro Tour recently. We're probably going to see them quite a lot throughout the year, either here or at the seniors. But one name really stands out to me that I'm looking forward to seeing, and that is Wes Newton. Someone we don't see very often, former Premier League player, and it'll be interesting to see what he's still got left and how competitive he's going to be in this group.
Bring all your medals, though, Trina. You'll have the most, won't you? It's a great lineup, isn't it? Decorated players.
It's amazing lineup that is. It's that's going to be really tough next week. It was tough this week. Next week's going to be even tougher.
Yeah.
It's going to be some fantastic games.
Doesn't get any easier, does it? And we are going to have the greatest of all time as well, Phil Taylor, here in the studio on Saturday night. So do not miss that from 7:30 live here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. Right, we should talk about this final. I mean, I said it's difficult to predict. You said you'd given up, but what are you expecting? If you can't give us a winner, what kind of game do you think we'll get?
I think it's going to get edgy at times. There's going to be some key moments. There's going to be a point where you've got a dart in your hand, your opponent sat on a finish waiting to come and take the leg. I think the bullseye is going to be very important. This is the only game of the week where there is a bullseye. I think the winner of that could be vital because we saw that in the semi-finals as well, the player who thrown first winning on both occasions in tight games. So that could play a part. Maybe a few mismatched darts at the end, but I said I'll give up on predictions, but I'm now going to go with Laura.
Well, I can ask anyone how to win finals. It's Trina Gulliver. What should be the approach for these two players?
Well, they've got to get off to a good start. It's the format. You have to. And they'll be going for the ball, so they'll want to make the most of the ball when they've done that. So it's crucial.
Yeah, absolutely is. And the honour of being a Modus Super Series champion, lifting that trophy, wearing that medal, it's not experienced by everybody. How much will that sort of weigh on the minds? How big is this occasion for both players?
There's only one lady who's done that so far, and that's Rhiannon O'Sullivan, who won the first occasion. Both Fallon Sherrick and Beau Greaves have yet to do that. So this is an opportunity to really showcase, like we said, the strength and depth, and an opportunity to put yourself in a little bit of history here at the Super Series. We keep going back to Rhiannon O'Sullivan as the first champion. Next time, the narrative changes again, and we'll be including one of the two players that are about to play.
Is it going to be about who can deal with the nerves best?
I think it is, yeah. You know, Laura's got a bit of support here, so that may tip the balance. But, you know, Kirsty's got the opportunity as well. You know, she's a good player and she's been steady all week.
Do you want to give us a name?
I think I'm going to go with Laura because I do like those real big underdog stories. She was 20-1 just to win a group. She was the biggest outsider again tonight. I think it'd be so fitting of the week we've had if we had that real big underdog story.
Right, let's find out. Will it be triumph for Turner or victory for Viinikainen? And Paul Hinks will get the players on the stage.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series Women's Week 2, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our grand final for the Women's Week. It has an international flavour. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage from England, Laura Turner, and from Finland, Kirsty Viinikainen.
Yeah, both players really happy to have got to this stage. Neither really would have dreamt of it when the week started. Both thrilled to be invited back to the Super Series for this Women's Week. Laura Turner, who didn't make it through to finals night after a tough start in her Group C campaign at the first Women's Week that was held here last year. Kirsty Viinikainen did make it. Now she's looking to go a step further. But Laura Turner, well, she spent her December and early January at the Alexandra Palace commentating on the World Championship. She said she couldn't wait to get the darts back out after that, and she has played some of the best stuff we have ever seen from her. It's going to be a tough task against the methodical Finn, Kirsty Viinikainen, who's shown quality in flashes herself, and we saw at the end of the previous games that both players started to feel it a bit, the sense of occasion, the nerves, but now they are just 3 legs potentially here away from lifting a trophy and being crowned the second Women's Week winner at the Modus Super Series. One more match. That trophy is what they're playing for. And Matthew Edgar and somebody who's lifted plenty of trophies in her time, Trina Gulliver, will talk you through this best-of-5 final.
One more game. One more win needed to get your hands on silverware. This is the one where you've come so far, but
Hang on, ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
You're so far away. Big prize. Big mark on the CV. Quite a few pounds in the pocket on the line here as well, but we both alluded to the fact that the bullseye could be quite a big key factor here. And Viinikainen has won that bull up and will throw first in all the odd legs.
And a decent start there as well from Kirsty.
60.
Well, the start was something you alluded to, really, wasn't it, Trina, where it could be the big telling
68.
factor. Laura's been talking about it all week as a player. Start well. And essentially, this will feel like a completely different tournament now because it's just a one-match shootout.
Yes, indeed. And
100.
It's like starting over again, like you say. Every dart counts.
I have to give a bit of a shout out to all the finalists tonight who have not just put on a good show, but a great show of sportsmanship
58.
as well, who are sticking around to see how this one ends, see who picks up the title.
Yeah, 99% of the girls get on, you know. across the circuit, and
100.
you know, we're all very amicable to each other.
It's a very tight-knit community, isn't it, the world of darts? You tend to find that you're travelling, sharing with the people you're also competing against, but Viinikainen competing very well here. What a time to find the maximum. The placards get hoisted into the air. Leaves a finish after 12.
$100. Courtesy of car 70.
$20 for tops for the opening leg.
50. Lorio car
Doubles, we
141.
mentioned at the end of the game in the last match, both of them struggled to get over the line. Both of them exactly the same. 3 hits from 17. But this combo shot is on for Laura.
$94.
Well, she leaves
Courtesy
it
of car 20.
at 47, but will she be able to come back? Kirsty 1 in 20 here. And takes it with the first dart. 16 dart leg there. But Kirsty
Second leg
Viinikainen
loaded through first. Game on.
goes 1 leg up.
Two legs away from getting her hands on the Super Series trophy.
81.
You do get the feeling that, I think from both players, it would be quite an emotional night, quite an emotional reaction when one of them will eventually cross the line and become the 2nd women's champion here at the Super Series.
Well, like you say, Laura wasn't expecting to be in this position. She'll be the first to admit. So this is a big bonus for Laura this week, and
60.
You know, she's done herself proud.
You feel like every round for Laura has been an achievement. She was the biggest outsider in Group B, came through that, nearly won the group, but that ended up going to Viinikainen when she won that head-to-head clash.
And in tonight's odds as well, she was the underdog, so she really has
41.
impressed this week.
There is Vicky Pruim. Got through to the semi-final stages. Lost out 3 legs to 2 to Viinikainen.
100.
Nearly turned it around, didn't she, against Viinikainen? Viinikainen 2-0 up in that semi-final before Vicky Pruim hit back. Viinikainen getting over the line in the end. Laura Turner thrown with a bit more authority here.
100.
Maybe just throwing a little bit soft at times. And that is just a sign of the nerves, a sign of getting a bit edgy, because you're almost trying to place them in the board rather than actually propelling them through the air.
81.
Lorraine Winstanley there.
Also a semi-finalist, Lorraine Winstanley. She went down 3 legs to 2 to Laura Turner. And that was the first time Laura Turner's beat Lorraine Winstanley this week. But if you're going to do it, you want to save it to the semi-final.
So this shot's on. Tops now for a 120 out and a 2-0 lead. And she takes it.
Kirsty Viinikainen.
What a shot there from Kirsty.
Third leg Kirsty to throw first. Game
Break
on.
of throw there as well. Puts herself really in control of this match.
A real touch of quality there for Viinikainen. And, well, the advantage of throwing first could really come into play here, because she will now be guaranteed 2 legs.
100.
Where she will be throwing first to get the job done here against Laura Turner. For Laura Turner, she can afford to lose no more. It has to be perfect. She's got to win them all. She's got to find 2 breaks to throw. Or Viinikainen will be joining Rhiannon O'Sullivan in the winners
41.
enclosure. But what a performance, though, for Viinikainen. We've been talking about nerves and edginess in the semi-final. Viinikainen averaging 97 here. A maximum, a 120 finish, 2 from 3 on the outer ring.
66.
She has stepped it up when it matters the most.
She has indeed. Really stamping her authority on this game.
62. $60.
Crowd seem very quiet out there.
Tension, isn't it? They
Yeah.
can feel it. And they can feel that this moment is vital here for Laura Turner. She has to make a move, and it has to be now, because time is running out.
100.
She finds a treble there with her last start. But you can't help feel that she needs to find more than that.
And I think you get that from the crowd as well. That was a very, very gentle ripple of applause, as if to say, it was decent, but you need more.
Whoever's saying that, it's not a
25.
great start on that visit for Kersey. Still plenty to do for Laura.
41.
Didn't cash in the opportunity there, did she, Laura Turner? She needed two things to happen. It was either Viinikainen makes a mistake or Laura Turner finds a moment of genius. And Viinikainen made the mistake, and Laura Turner didn't cash in the
83.
chance. Deflection there into the treble one doesn't eliminate the chance for Viinikainen to get the job done with a fanfare finish. But Laura has to find a treble here.
Well, she does, but it's the wrong treble.
167.
Yeah, should have been more specific, really, shouldn't I?
Yeah, she didn't know what you were on about. So 87 left. Treble 17's a shot.
97.
Time is ticking away very, very quickly for Laura Turner. Just rotating there, just flicking with the fingers, hooking at the dart.
60.
And that might not be enough. Viinikainen will probably feel in this scenario she's got 6 darts here to be a Super Series champion. 20 for tops. A target she's just hit on the back of a 120 finish to break the throw is the target she hits to win the weekly title.
Women's Week 2.
Wow, what a performance there from Kersey.
Viinikainen.
And to Laura. Laura's had a great week, and two very worthy players up there making the final. Kersey Viinikainen, your Week 2 Women's Champion.
Mighty fine performance as well there for Viinikainen. An 86.71 average, 3 from 4 in the doubles, a 120 finish, a 180. A clinical performance, a great display. She is your weekly champion.
Yeah, there we go. The stats from that final. A 3-0 win for Kersey Viinikainen over Laura Turner, who just couldn't get going in the final, but wasn't allowed to get going in that final. Kersey put in a fantastic performance. Look at the finishing there. 3 out of 4. That's 75%. And 120 checkout in there as well. 86.71 the average in the end. Laura Turner did fabulously, didn't she, to get to that final, but wasn't allowed a dart at double in the decider, and she goes down 3-0. It is success for the Finn, Kersey Viinikainen, who wins against Laura Turner in the final and is going to be lifting the trophy.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fantastic week of darts here down at the Modus Super Series for the Women's Week 2. All ladies that's actually been down, all 12, you've done a fantastic job for the ladies' game. So put your hands to very well done for you all. Unfortunately, there can only be one winner. So please put your hands together and welcome our winner of the week from Finland, Kirsi Viinikainen. Okay.
There we go, Kirsi Viinikainen enjoying her moment. A moment she has deserved. She played very, very well in that final against Laura Turner. Matt, you said it during it. Kirsi just got out of the block so quick there and didn't let Laura Turner play.
She did. She settled in very, very quickly to that game, and it was quality performance, a real class performance there for Viinikainen. It was like the semi-final was the edgy bit, and then when she got to the final, it was like, well, I've already achieved now. I'm happy. I've gone beyond my expectations. I'm just going to go up there and play darts, and she did, and she played so well. An average of 86 there in the final was probably the best performance she's put in all week. Certainly one of the best performances we've seen from anybody this week. So to do that in the final shows some real quality and does put her in good stead for 2025. We know what she wants to do. She wants to go back to Lakeside, and with a performance like that, I'll put her in that tournament for sure.
Yeah, really good performance, Trina. I asked you how to win a final. She's just shown us, hasn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. She's just done brilliantly. She was off the block straight away and did what she needed to do. You know, she made the most of the bullseye. She didn't need it, as it happens in the last fifth leg, but she just punished and wouldn't let Laura in, wouldn't let her play.
Yeah, all week we've said that she's had these moments, and you kind of said over Thursday and Friday night in particular, she didn't manage to put them together for long enough. It was a leg or a couple of visits here and there, but she did in that final, didn't she?
Well, that's when you want to do it, isn't it? There's only one game in the week that you want to play your absolute best. The rest is just get through it by any means necessary, and she did. She played really well at times, little bit inconsistent throughout the week, but none of that matters. When you're in the final, it's all about that one game, and she really did produce the goods.
We'll just say the spirit of the ladies' game there as well. Trainer Laura Turner still chatting to friends, other players. I mean, they were all sat out there in the arena. That's what it's kind of all about for you guys, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we all get on. You know, there isn't anybody that doesn't dislike anybody in particular. But you know, so it is a bit of a family thing. You know, we look after each other when we're away, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, this is the winning moment here for Kirsi Viinikainen. We spoke about nerves in the semi-finals, just no sign of nerves at any point really in this final.
No, when you're watching a player like Viinikainen who's a little bit more methodical, takes things a little bit more in the stride, they always look when they're in those scenarios and they're taking those sort of shots, like they're just taking it all in the stride, and it's all just sort of a pre-measured, predetermined sort of outcome, and it really did all just come together there for Viinikainen. Not just the 70, but the 120 to break, and gave her the cushion and allowed her just to make that little mistake in the middle, but again, straight back on it, where in the past, once she's sort of wayward a little bit, she's kind of carried on down that road. You could tell the adrenaline was coursing through her body, and she controlled it really well.
Is it possible that both players kind of relaxed having made the final, and that's what saw Kirsi produce her best starts?
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. You know, it's that they're there, that, you know, they've got nothing else to prove and they've made the final. You know, anything after that really is a bonus. You know, obviously they want to lift that trophy, but yeah, it's that little relax a little bit and try and play the game that you know you can play.
Yeah, I think that's kind of been the assessment that I would have throughout the week in regards to it's almost been when something good's happening, I've got nothing to lose now. I've got nothing to lose. And when it got to that final game, it was like, I've actually got something to gain. The psychology flipped. And I do feel like this week, we have lost a lot of favourites. It has been a topsy-turvy week, results changing and turning throughout the campaign. And I do feel like a lot of the players have felt that they have to sort of vindicate the selection to have a women's week or vindicate their position within this. And all I can see happening moving forward is that these women's weeks are going to go from strength to strength now as people are proving the worth and showing the strength and depth in the game.
What's it like this moment? She was waiting there to lift the trophy. It just shows the kind of character she is. She was almost reluctant to lift it, but at the start of the night when I asked Trina about what would it mean, she wouldn't even let herself think about it. So what must she be feeling now?
Oh, she'd be over the moon, obviously, and she's a very shy person, and she doesn't say much. But yeah, she's a lovely person, and it's well deserved.
Let's just recap what's happened then this evening. Plenty of stories to talk about. Gemma Hayter in the opening match was beaten by Vicky Pruim 3-1. Laura Turner also beating Gemma Hayter. That was a real shock, wasn't it, Gemma going out so early? That really opened up this week.
We spoke about it before, didn't we, in regards to the series, in the regular series. Wesley Plazier comes to mind whenever I talk about this, and he'll probably not be glad that he's the one that comes to mind in this situation. But he was the big favourite to win his week. He came here off the back of Pro Tour finals. He came here, people knowing he's going to go get a card next year. He won a Pro Tour not long after. So the expectation was very high on him. He blitzed through his group. He was playing phenomenal darts for majority of the time, looking like he was going to set records at times. And then when it came to finals night, went out early. And we see that quite a lot. And it's that short format. It can catch you out. And if you start slow, certainly tonight when the format's even tighter, you can get caught out and you can feel like you're chasing very early. Gemma could have done with results kind of going her way, so she went into that last game just a straight shootout. But instead there were permutations, possibilities, and ultimately she lost and out she went. And it opened it up, and we've got maybe another surprise winner.
Yeah, a 3-0 win in the final. It was the only 3-0 scoreline of the night. And we actually went into those last two group games with the possibility of a 9-dart shootout in both groups. So it does show how open it actually was tonight, how close it was.
Yeah, it was really nip and tuck at times, and that could have been a possibility, but it didn't actually turn out like that. And it's just been so tight. But with that format being as it is, it makes it tight.
And has that been the kind of story of the week, the sort of unpredictability?
I think that's been the headline. For sure, but I think we've had so many stories which has made a really entertaining week, and when we look back and reflect on this, I think we'll all say it's been a very big success this week, and it's going to make some interesting selections now for the next Women's Week, because obviously we'll be looking for new faces, but we've had young players come here and play really well, we've had surprise packages, we've had some of the favourites drop out, and obviously we've got the big two sat waiting in the wings.
You look at that, Trina, you just missed out on a Group B spot yourself earlier in the week. Then in Group C, you had a difficult day on Thursday, so left yourself with too much to do. But you're looking at tonight probably thinking, if I'd have got there, I'd have had every chance.
Well, yeah, of course, it's if I'd have played my game during the week, then, I'd have given myself a chance at it. But it just didn't work out for me this week, and, but I'll be hoping that I get the chance to come back and see what else I can do.
Well, you are going to come back. You're going to come back next week.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that bit.
A Legends Week. Yeah, what are your sort of expectations for that?
I'm just going to try and enjoy myself, relax a little bit, and, not put too much pressure on myself, and just try and improve on this week.
What are you expecting from this week?
I'm expecting a very, very high standard. I'm expecting drama. You're always going to get drama because the names that are in there, Robert Thornton and Richie Burnett for starters, they're going to give us plenty of drama and plenty of quality. But I think there's going to be a lot of eyes and stories for different reasons. Steve Beaton, what's he going to be like? Certainly playing this early time slot. It's an eye-opener. It's not going Steve Beaton's just dropped off the tour. He handed it back. It's not like he's dropped off of it because he wasn't good enough to play the tour. He could play the Pro Tour next year. But what's he like at 9:30 in the morning? That's a question that's going to be interesting. What's Wes Newton still got? What's Vincent van der Voort going to do? Lots of questions, and, well, we're going to get lots of answers. It's going to be like this week, lots of stories in every group.
And also by Monday, we're going to know the full pool of players that can play here at the Super Series in 2025? Because obviously the PDC qualifying school's taking place. Some players that have played here this year are going to be moving on. Bradley Brooks has already secured his tour card. Are you seeing some of the players that you've expected? Kai Goddard, another one who won a week here and he's gone and got a tour card.
I think this is a really good sort of breeding ground and foundation for players to sort of learn their game. But not only that, I think it changes the way that they perceive themselves as well. I think they feel like they belong once they've been here and done well at the Super Series. I travelled the circuit last year, and one thing was a lot of people was talking about this product, a lot of people talking about the Super Series and wanting to be here, and the players that are. We see Bradley Brooks sort of bouncing back from the tour, but we also see the development of players like Adam Paxton, who is currently in via the points, the Order of Merit system. And he's someone who went to an ADC qualifier at the last minute, hit a 9-darter, got the attention of the selectors who gave him a chance here. He won a week here at the Super Series, and now it looks like he's going to go on to win his tour card.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to be losing some players, but getting some new ones as well, like Steve Beaton. But also there are a few players that have played here that have got tour cards that maybe didn't do brilliant things here, maybe didn't get through their group. Does it show that there's not actually that big a gulf between the sort of bottom half of the Pro Tour and the top amateur players?
Yeah, I think that's right. But it is like Matt said, it's a great place to kind of like grow your trade. You've already learnt it, but you're growing here, and it's a great base for it. You know, it gives you the familiarity of the stage and the cameras, and it's just a great setup.
I'm going to go one deeper than that, and I'm going to say probably something quite controversial, which I like to do.
We know.
When you say there, like, is there not much of a gulf between the bottom half of the tour and some of the top amateur players? I will say now there are amateur players, using the term loosely, that are better than players that are on the tour. And I think some of that comes down to the filtering and the system. I don't think the 128 tour card holders are the best 128 players in the world. And I think that will be the case again next year.
Well, that kind of serves as well here, doesn't it? Because it means we do get some really, really top talents, and we've got plenty of fantastic stuff to come in 2025. This is the schedule for the rest of the year. The Women's Week concluding today, but Legends League, as we've just discussed, gets underway, and then we're into Series 10. The first 6 weeks of it starting on the 20th of January, then Double Trouble returns. But we've got some more new events. Well, first of all, Trina, a couple more Women's Weeks, so another opportunity certainly for you there. But Matt, I know you're interested in freshening things up, and we've done that this year with the international pairs, which is going to be similar to a sort of World Cup format, and the Rising Stars Week, which will give the chance for 16 to 21-year-olds to showcase themselves.
I'm really looking forward to the Rising Stars Week, because one of the criticisms over time has sort of been the age of the development tour. People saying maybe it shouldn't go up to 23 because those extra 2 years make such a big difference. So we're going to take those off, and we're going to see what it's like at that 16 to 21 bracket. I think we could get our best ever week potentially there, because there's some real talent, and you can really have a real stacked field of 12 fantastic players. The other one there, the International Pairs Week, could be very interesting. Be very interesting to see which pairs are selected, which nations are represented, and I'll probably also chuck myself and Glenn Durrant in there for England if we're so selected.
Yeah, maybe for the Influencers Week. Trina, playing pairs and playing for your country, does that change your attitude when you're on the stage on the hockey?
Yeah, I believe so. You know, there's nothing like putting that shirt on. You know, playing for your country. It's a special moment, and it's one that everybody wants to do. I can't think of anybody that doesn't want to play for their country. But it's a special moment. So, and it does give you that extra buzz, that extra, you know, I've achieved this, and you know, I'm going to enjoy it and I'm going to embrace it. So.
Just kind of linking it all together, this week, Matt mentioned the Rising Stars Week. This week we saw two good teenage talents at the Women's Week in Paige Pauling and Sophie McKinley. What do you think this experience would have done for them?
I think it's been a great experience for them. You know, it's given the experience on the stage as well. Although they've played on stages before, it's a different surroundings, and you're playing earlier on in the week with nobody, no audience or anything like that. So it's very quiet. So you're getting used to that kind of scenario too. It's just been great for them to share this moment with each other as well as good friends as well. So I think it's, you know, to have that week in there to promote 16s to 21-year-olds is going to be great.
Just a quick final word on tonight's winner, Kirsty Viinikainen. Matt, what does she take away from tonight, other than the trophy and the cheque?
Confidence and belief. She went to Lakeside, loved the experience, wants to do it again. Now, to do that, she's got to look ahead to the year and look where those points are going to be. She's got a lot of travelling ahead of her. There's a lot of expense, which is going to be subsidised with tonight's win for sure. And with that, there's a lot of risk and reward. And she's going to have to go out there. She's going to have to be reaching deep in tournaments. What it's done, though, is it's maybe installed a little bit of a fear factor as well amongst her opponents, because they've just seen what she's capable of when the chips are down.
Yeah, really good stuff from her. Really good stuff from you guys tonight as well. Trina, we'll see you back for the Legends Week next week. That all gets underway from Monday at 9:30. The finals night, of course, 7:30 p.m. As always, live on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. But tonight, Laura Turner almost managed to do it, but in the end, it was victory for Kirsty Viinikainen, the winner of the second Women's Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We'll see you again soon.
Well, great shot. When there's 3-1 and she does with it.
Really happy that I did make it.
You've always got to back yourself as a player. There's no point in standing up there if you're not confident in your own performance.
I cannot even imagine. We'll see, one game at a time.
Takes it with a second dart.
I know what an opportunity it is. I want to do well.
So tops there, takes the match 3-1.
I know what I can do.
Takes it with the first dart.
Shot, one more opportunity, and she seals it.
You have to raise your levels if you want to keep in contention.
Laura Turner continues to be the ultimate underdog.
The right choice.
And what a dart, what a find that is for Viinikainen.
Came into this week with no expectations.
Given the chance here to take 16 out, and she does.
It's about just keeping in front of you.
Finds it with a third dart. She's great to get that victory.
It's not as bad as what I think sometimes.
Finds it with a first dart. Tops now with a 120 out, 2-0 lead. And she takes it.
What would it mean to you to win the Women's Week here at the Super Series tonight?
I cannot even imagine.
Looking for uninterrupted 24/7 darts? Simply download the Pluto TV app on your smart TV, mobile phone or smart device. And you can find us on the Modus Super Series Darts channel. Watch us live from 9:30 a.m. on Monday to Wednesday, from 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. Thursday and Friday, and for our weekly and series finals, 7:30 p.m. on Saturdays. Still not got enough darts? We've got you covered. When we aren't live, you can find the best of Modus on the channel. From amazing charity influencer events.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Week starring Luke Littler.
Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1. Turns the game in his favour.
Record-breaking averages.
And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average.
And insane 9 dart legs.
Max. Max.
108.
And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second Max in succession. Baron Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the...
But that's not all. We also have the exclusive series of On the Hockey.
But when I played darts, I was allowed to be me.
Deep dives in our tungsten talks.
No email at all. That really is. And the words that just come out make me head what? 127 in game. I cried a few tears when they told me. I still love it so much.
And Modus documentaries.
Everyone knows we're watching something special.
This is going to happen. Just when? When is it going to happen? Didn't take long.
Darts is on 24/7, so what are you waiting for? Download the app on your smart TV, any smart device, including your mobile phone, and search for the Modus Super Series. And watch us now.